is often a deeply distressing and very lonely experience, shrouded in secrecy, with people feeling like criminals as the fate of prosecution hangs over them. Elana's husband Crispin had late-stage MND. He was paralysed, and Elana is a wheelchair user herself. But at his request, she took him on what was a traumatic and difficult journey to Switzerland. She describes the intense stress and anxiety she felt due to the total secrecy of their plan. And we can only imagine what the journey home was like, on her own, with an empty seat beside her. And of course, Mr. Speaker, there are those terminally ill people who take matters into their own hands. Gareth's father, Norman, served in the Welsh Guards. He was a strong man, but his final 5 years were full of pain and discomfort. He had prostate cancer, which he lived with for 15 years. He was given good initial hormone therapy and chemo, but the cancer spread everywhere, and the pain could not be eased. And one day, when it all became too much, he went into his garden with the gun he owned and shot himself. Gareth's sister rushed to his house and found him. Gareth said his father just wanted the pain to stop. And there is Peter from Mirfield in my own constituency. Peter stopped me in a car park a couple of weeks ago to tell me the harrowing story of his beloved wife, who was diagnosed with metastatic cancer aged 52. The treatment was ineffective and her symptoms were unbearable. She took an overdose of her medication and Peter found in hospital. She recovered and he brought her home. But the following day, she made another attempt to take her own life, in a way which is too awful to describe. Peter found her dead, and he spent the next 8 hours being questioned by the police. It's estimated that over 600 terminally ill people take their own lives every year. Often patients will store up medication. 33-year-old Josh from Huddersfield went to coach his local kids rugby team one Saturday and came back to tell his mum all about it. He found her dead. Lisa, who was terminally ill, had stored up her medication and taken her own life. And of course, there is our former colleague, Paul Blomfield, the previous MP for Sheffield Central, who has campaigned tirelessly on this issue since his dad, Harry, took his own life alone in his garage in 2014 after being diagnosed with inoperable lung cancer. And language matters. Harry was not suicidal. He loved life. But he had watched too many of his friends have lingering, degrading deaths, and he did not want that for himself. But like the others, he couldn't tell Paul and his family of his plan, as they would have been complicit and could face prosecution. And how many precious days and weeks did Harry miss out on as a result of having to take action while he was still physically able to do so? Hearing these stories is not easy, but it's important that we do.
On that point, my right honourable friend can...
I will.
Thank you. I thank my honourable friend for giving way. What I've really been struck by in recent weeks, listening to members across this House, is that there is a clear agreement that the current situation is neither sustainable nor dignified. Almost everyone in this House agrees that the status quo is unacceptable in terms of dignity, in terms of palliative care, and in terms of end of life. So seeing this, does my honourable friend agree that today's debate is about how we depart from this unacceptable situation that we currently face, and that today's vote is the first stage in an important discussion about how we improve the end of life for hundreds and hundreds of people across this country?
I thank my honourable friend for his intervention, and I wholeheartedly agree. I'm setting out what we are dealing with now. This cannot be right, and surely we have a duty to do something about it. And I'm going to make some progress if that's okay. And Mr. Speaker, some of the most important voices in this debate are, of course, those of people who are currently living with a terminal illness. Having a terminal diagnosis is perhaps one of those situations where it's very hard, if not impossible, to know how you would feel. I have met many terminally ill people over recent weeks, and every one of them is in my thoughts today. Sophie, who is here today, was diagnosed with stage 4 secondary breast cancer, which has spread to her lungs, liver and pelvis. She is allergic to opioids, so she knows that her pain is very unlikely to be able to be managed. She has a 17-year-old daughter, and all she asks is to have the choice to say goodbye to her at a time of her choosing in circumstances she can have some control over, and for her daughter to be able to remember her as the vibrant, positive woman she is. Nathaniel, who also joins us today, has stage 4 incurable bowel cancer, which is now in his liver and brain. Like many of us, Nat says he doesn't know if he would choose an assisted death or not. but he simply cannot understand why anyone would want to deny him the choice. He says, I wish to live as fully as I can and for as long as possible. But when the time comes, Nat also wants the right to die with dignity and compassion. Another very emotional lady came up to me at a recent interfaith event I attended. She and her husband thanked me for putting the bill forward. And she said, Kim, I am a proud Christian and I am guided by my faith. But I also have terminal cancer and I want the right to choose a compassionate death. I know there has been much discussion about the views of people who hold religious beliefs about this subject. I fully respect those beliefs, and I don't intend to say much more about this other than that I know there are a range of views within faith communities. Indeed, some of the most powerful conversations I've had have been with people of faith, including in my own constituency. People of different religions have said, whilst they would not choose an assisted death for themselves or for their family, who are they to stop someone else who may want to make that choice? Mr. Speaker, I'm going to make some progress if I may. Mr. Speaker, I hope that I have set out the problem that very clearly exists. Now allow me to set out how this bill can address this problem, but most importantly do so safely and effectively. If this bill were to become law, it contains the most robust and strongest set of safeguards and protections in the world. There are very strict eligibility criteria and multiple layers of checks and safeguards embedded in the bill, none of which exist at the moment, as we have seen. I made a very conscious decision to name the bill Terminally Ill Adults End of Life, rather than anything else. That title can never be changed, and it ensures it is only adults who are dying that would ever come within its scope. As such, this bill is not about people who are choosing between life and death. It is about giving dying people who have got 6 months or less to live autonomy about how they die and the choice to shorten their death. The bill does not apply to people with mental health conditions. It does not apply to the elderly. It does not apply to people with chronic health conditions, and it does not apply to disabled people. Unless, of course, they have a terminal illness, in which case they would and should be entitled to the same rights as anyone else. Yes, I will.
I'm grateful to the honourable member for giving way. One group of people that are not often talked about are the learning disabled. Now, in clause 9(3)(b), it says that if an assessing doctor has any doubt as to the capacity of the person, that they may refer them for a further psychiatric assessment. Would the honourable member consider, if this bill is voted for today, would she engage in a debate about whether that language should be strengthened from may to must, and whether the training that is required and the experience of the assessor is strengthened as well?
Excellent point, and she also highlights a community who we must consider in light of this bill. I would absolutely be open to that conversation at Bill Committee. I think it's a very, very valid point. There are different views within the disabled community. As Professor of Disability Research Sir Tom Shakespeare says, it's unacceptable that people with disabilities continue to face social stigma and inequalities. However, it would be a mistake to conclude that we should oppose legalising assisted dying for terminally ill people until those wider problems are fixed. It is paternalistic and wrong to imply that inequalities will be resolved by reducing choices. A clear, transparent legal framework for end-of-life choice is better for everyone. He is right. There is, of course, still work to do in the fight for equality for people with disabilities, but once again, it's not an either-or. I will campaign alongside many others in this place for those rights, but I will also campaign for the rights of terminally ill people, because their rights are as important as anybody else's.
Would my honourable friend...
I will.
I'm very grateful to her, and I have huge respect for the way in which she's conducted this debate over the past few weeks. My concern is that she has focused today on the individual and the individual choice. But we are here to legislate for society as a whole. And in legislating, what we are saying if we pass this bill is that this is okay to take that choice. And there will be some people...
Absolutely.
There will be some people who are in that situation, with 6 months of their life to go, who actually will then feel, ought I to do this? Is this something that I now should do? And it brings into play a whole set of considerations which are about, is it better for my family? Is it financially better for my family? In ways that at the moment are out of scope. So I think rather than simply focusing on the individual suffering, which we all recognise is acute, we must actually broaden it out to the impact that the legislation will have on society as a whole.
I thank the Honourable Member for his intervention, and what I would suggest is that actually this bill will give society a much better approach towards end of life. We're already seeing conversations about dying and death in a way that we haven't seen, I don't think, enough in this country. We have to take a holistic view, and indeed that's what's happened in other countries and other jurisdictions. Having those deep and meaningful conversations about death and dying is really, really important. But he actually quite nicely brings me on to the protections and safeguards within the bill. Under this bill, yes.
I'm very grateful to for giving way, and on precisely that point. A decade ago, I voted against this bill. I felt maybe it's not perfect, maybe there's more things that I need to know. And she's absolutely right, we haven't talked about death again for 10 years, we've never considered this legislation. The truth is, if we vote against her bill today, it will be the end of the conversation once again for another decade.
He's absolutely right. And how many people will go through the situations I have described if it's another 10 years before we address this matter? Under this bill, I'm not going to take any more interventions now, I'm afraid, because I'm very conscious there's lots of people who want to speak, and I know the Speaker is very conscious of that as well. Under this bill, any terminally ill person who wants to be considered for an assisted death would have to undertake a thorough and robust process involving 2 doctors and a High Court judge. No other jurisdiction in the world has those layers of safeguarding. The person requesting assistance must have mental capacity and a settled wish at every stage. That means they must repeatedly demonstrate that they understand the information relevant to their decision, the ability to retain that information, and to use or weigh that information as part of the process of making the decision. We know that capacity can fluctuate, which is why it is assessed at every step of the process. I'm sorry, I'm not going to take any more. I need to make some progress. The court must speak to one of the doctors and can hear from anybody else they deem necessary. If there is any evidence of coercion, the court will not approve. And if it emerges subsequently, the court order could be revoked. It's also important to know that the person can change their mind at any time with periods of reflection built in. Having consulted at the highest levels in the judiciary and the medical profession, I know they can and will fulfil these safeguarding responsibilities and have the expertise to do so. And let's be clear, Mr. Speaker, as my honourable friend said earlier, this is not brand new territory for doctors. Doctors working in partnership with other clinicians are already required to manage complexity in end-of-life decision-making. I follow the request of the BMA that doctors should be under no obligation whatsoever to participate. But if they do, they will receive appropriate training and support, and doctors should be able to use their professional judgment when and if a conversation takes place, taking their cue from the patient, as they do in many other issues. And I welcome this patient-centred approach. Many doctors feel the change in the law would safeguard clinicians and patients by making everything explicit. And Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the detail of what assisted dying would look like, we have the benefit of drawing on the experience of 31 countries around the world, jurisdictions around the world. I could talk extensively about the international experience of assisted dying. The Health and Social Care Select Committee report did a brilliant job of this. And this bill has looked at best practice and also models which I, and I know many others, would not be comfortable with us having here in England and Wales. Reflecting on their experience, clinicians in Australia say, through deep and meaningful conversations between doctors, patients and their loved ones, we can dispel fear, reduce suffering, bring death and dying out of the shadows, and so allow patients and their families a better quality of life and a better quality of death. And as one Australian Member of Parliament said, we have brought behind closed doors practices into the open and given dying people meaningful, transparent choices. Crucially, none of the fears that were put forward as reasons not to change the law have been realised. The status quo was broken and assisted dying works. And evidence from around the world shows that the option of having an assisted death actually lifts the fear that terminally ill people have, and many never actually use it. But they are able to make the best of the time they have left due to the comfort and reassurance it provides. People talk about a slippery slope, but the Health and Social Care Select Committee found that not one jurisdiction which passed laws on the basis of terminal illness has expanded its scope. And none of the jurisdictions which have introduced... It's absolutely true. That is absolutely true. And as the courts, both here and in Europe, have made clear repeatedly, Parliament is sovereign. And this bill could not be made any broader through any judicial process. And Mr Speaker, speaking of process, with reference to the bill, having listened to what I know are genuine concerns of members about ensuring we get this legislation right, I want to commit to the House that if the bill passes second reading today, which I sincerely hope it does, I am minded to move a motion that gives the Bill Committee the power to take oral and written evidence in order to ensure that a thorough approach continues to be taken. That is not normal procedure for a private member's bill, but I think it is the right thing to do. I also want to reassure colleagues that the Bill Committee will meet over a number of weeks, meaning there is ample time for full consideration of the details of the bill, including amendments. And the committee will be representative of the views of the House and also the makeup of the House. Let me be clear, that will mean there will be representatives of different parties with a range of views on the committee. And as the Leader of the House said at the dispatch box just yesterday and has said several times, the government will of course work with me to ensure that the bill is workable and operable. This will quite rightly take time. And I've included in the bill a commencement period of up to 2 years. This is not going to happen overnight. But that time frame can be explored at committee stage, as it's more important to get this right than to do it quickly. So, Mr Speaker, in conclusion, for the reasons I have set out, I am very clear that the law needs to change to give terminally ill people choice at the end of life and to protect their loved ones from fear of prosecution. And Mr Speaker, for those of us here today who are lucky enough not to have personal experience of this issue, sadly, we know that any one of us could end up in this heartbreaking situation. We are all living longer, which is brilliant. And I've campaigned inside and outside Parliament for a greater focus on prevention and early intervention in terms of illness and disease to keep us fit and healthy for as long as possible. But any one of us or our loved ones could be unfortunate or unlucky enough to receive a terminal diagnosis. And I struggle to see how it is fair or just to deny anyone the autonomy, dignity and personal choice that we might want to take control of our final weeks. And the right to choose does not take away the right not to choose. Giving the choice of an assisted death to those who want it would of course not stop anyone who is terminally ill from choosing not to do so. Mr Speaker, whatever happens today, I'm incredibly proud of the work my fantastic team and the many campaigners have done on this hugely significant, emotional and sensitive subject. But we need to be clear. A vote to take this bill forward today is not a vote to implement law tomorrow. It is a vote to continue the debate. It is a vote to subject the bill to line-by-line scrutiny in Bill Committee, at report stage and at further reading. And then, of course, the bill will go to the Lords for what I have no doubt will be further robust debate and scrutiny. Mr Speaker, this will be a thorough process focused on one of the most significant issues of our time. An issue that people across the country clearly want us to address, none more so than the many families who are facing the brutal and cruel reality of the status quo. Today is the beginning, not the end of that process, but the debate can only continue if colleagues join me in the I lobby today, and I wholeheartedly encourage them to do so. I beg to move that this bill be submitted.
The question is that the bill now be read a second time. Donny Kruger.
Speaker, I think you indicated that I could speak for a little longer than 8 minutes. Thank you very much. I just don't want to have too much grumbling at the 8-minute moment. I'll take about 15 minutes and time for intervention. So may I start by paying tribute to the Honourable Lady for her very powerful speech and indeed for the way that she's led this campaign with great respect and sensitivity, and to use the contested words, with great dignity. And she and I knew each other before we were MPs, when we both worked in the charity sector, and I like and admire her greatly, and I know that we have more in common than might appear today. And Mr Speaker, we all have this in common in this House. We all share a deep concern about the experience of people dying or fearing death, fearing pain and suffering. And I wear heavily on my conscience the people whose lives will be prolonged beyond their wishes if I get my way and this bill is defeated today. I will not disregard those people or minimise their anxiety. And we will hear those voices in today's debate, and we've heard many of them already spoken through honourable members in what I know will be very moving speeches. But Mr. Speaker, if I voted for this bill, I would have on my conscience many more people whose voices we cannot hear. The people who would be vulnerable in consequence of the huge changes that this bill would induce in our society and in the NHS. And my view is that if we get our broken palliative care system right and our wonderful hospices properly funded, we can do so much more for all the people that we'll hear about today, using modern pain relief and therapies to help everybody die with a minimum of suffering when the time comes. But we won't be able to do that if we introduce this new option. Instead, we will expose many more people to harm. Mr. Speaker, I want to go through the bill in a moment, but first a word about process in response to the points made by the Honourable Lady there. This bill is simply too big for the time that it's been given. And I implore honourable members not to hide behind the fiction that it can be amended substantially in committee and in its later stages. The remaining stages of a private member's bill are for minor tweaks, not the kind of wholesale restructuring that we will need if we're ever to make this bill safe. And so members who vote for the bill today must be prepared to see it become law, largely unamended. And I suggest that if they do have any doubts, the only responsible choice is to vote no and let the advocates of assisted dying bring back a better bill at another time. Happy to give way.
I deeply appreciate the respectful way he's making the point today, but I stand here before him not sure how any colleague in this chamber cannot have doubts whichever way they're voting today. It feels to me that there are two necessary harms we are all forced to weigh up, and I'm deeply intrigued to hear if he is so certain that doubt should push people one way, why that is when it is very clear there are many people who will continue to suffer unnecessarily if we reject this bill.
Well, I recognise there are very many doubts on each side, and I fully respect the arguments that have been made by the Honourable Lady. Of course, this is a finely balanced debate. But the point about process, though, is this bill is too flawed. There's too much to do with it to address in the committee stage. And by all means, let's have this debate, but we should be having it before a bill of this magnitude is brought, and the process of the bill should be much more comprehensive. Let me give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
I'm grateful to the Honourable Gentleman for giving way. But contrary to what the media are saying, today's decision is not about bringing this matter into law. It's about allowing it to go to the next stage. And if people have got misgivings, surely rather than making the assumptions that he is now today, assuming that in fact it cannot be corrected or amended to make it palatable to people who we all have doubts, that surely today's vote is to simply say, let it go to the next stage. The final decision at third reading is the one that is the critical one to decide whether it goes to law or not.
I think I made the point that this bill is too comprehensive and there's too much in it to address in the process of a private member's bill. And if the Honourable Gentleman thinks there are serious concerns with this bill that he thinks he would not be prepared to see come into law, then he should not be supporting it today. But let me try and explain. Let me move on now to try and explain what the concerns with the bill are that I think are too comprehensive to be dealt with in any committee stage. Now, I recognise how hard the Honourable Lady has worked to try and ensure that it is safe, and I don't believe it is for these reasons. So let's start at the beginning. The process starts with a conversation between a patient and a medical practitioner, not a doctor necessarily, just a medic of some sort, unspecified at this stage. If the patient tells their ordinary family doctor that they want an assisted death, the doctor is obliged to either explain how it works or to pass them on to someone who'll do it, which is probably what will happen, by the way, I think, Mr. Speaker. The likelihood is that we would see this new branch of medicine spring up, like the medics I met in Canada. I will in a moment. These medics I met in Canada, specialists in assisted death, who personally kill hundreds of patients a year in their special clinics. And if honourable members have a difficulty with the language, then I wonder what they're doing here. This is what we are talking about, and I met doctors for whom this is their profession and their job, which they're proud to do. Why don't I give way to that gentleman now?
I'm very grateful for the honourable member for giving way. I just want to be very clear medical practitioner is a synonym for doctor. It is not for nurse or pharmacist or dentist or any other practitioner. The practice of medicine, being a doctor, is to be a practitioner of medicine. I think we need to be very, very clear on this. There's lots of law and regulation, and I believe that what the honourable member said is incorrect.
Well, what it actually says is that a doctor means a registered medical practitioner who has such training, qualifications and experience as the Secretary of State may specify by regulations. So obviously they are some sort of regulated medic, I recognise that. They're not necessarily a doctor. We will find out. But I recognise they're going to have professional qualifications. It's just not clear what those are going to be, because this is something that isn't in the bill. So, now, going back to this conversation that I'll give way to the honourable gentleman.
Thank the honourable gentleman and commend him for the way in which he is engaging in this discussion in the same spirit as the honourable lady from Spen Valley. We often hear that one of the safeguards associated with this bill is that there are medical practitioners involved and somebody requires a diagnosis of 6 months or less with a terminal illness. But does he accept that medicine is not an exact science? It is the science of uncertainty blended with the art of probability. That there is no exactitude in this, and no court will second-guess medical opinion, though simply look at process.
I agree with the honourable gentleman. He's absolutely right, and I'm afraid the definition of terminal illness, which I'll come to, is in a sense the essential flaw in this bill. But I'll come on to that. Going back to this conversation that the patient has with the medical practitioner, the crucial thing is that the conversation doesn't need to be started by the patient, according to this bill. It can be started by the medic, by any medic, perhaps in hospital, who can make the suggestion of an assisted death to a patient who's never raised the issue themselves, whose family haven't suggested it, whose own doctor doesn't think it's the right thing to do. And so the idea is planted. And then for whatever reason, and by the way, there's no need ever to give a reason, the patient says they want to proceed with the assisted death. And so they sign a declaration, or rather somebody else can sign it for them, any professional, someone they don't know, maybe a new medical practitioner. Anyway, a total stranger can do all the paperwork on their behalf. That's what the section about the proxy entails. And then these two medical practitioners do their assessment. Happy to give way.
Very grateful to the honourable member. I'm very grateful to the honourable member for giving way. I would urge the honourable member to check the wording of the bill, because actually, if somebody signs as a proxy, they have to know the individual for 2 years, and they are simply signing to say that they agree with the patient who wishes to go forward with the assisted dying.
No time to check the bill, but my memory is that it says someone who knows the patient for 2 years, or someone of good standing in the community, which is some sort of professional who's not known to them at all. Anyway, someone can quickly check the bill, but my understanding is it could be a total stranger to them. So, we move on to the assessment, which these two practitioners do. Give way.
Isn't the matter very clear? Clause 15, subsection 5. In this section, proxy means a person who's known the person making the declaration personally for at least 2 years, or a person who is of good standing in the community. So there is no protection such as pretended by the supporters of this bill.
Yeah, well done, Daniel. Right, so the assessments have to determine whether the patient is terminally ill, whether they have mental capacity to make the decision, and then whether they've been coerced or pressured into the decision. So let's look at terminally ill. As I said, in many ways the whole question turns on this. I'm afraid this is a term of great elasticity, almost to the point of meaninglessness. It is well known, as the honourable gentleman said earlier, that it is impossible for doctors to predict with any accuracy that somebody will die within 6 months. It is a purely subjective judgment made in this case by a doctor whose job is approving assisted death. They simply have to determine for themselves that not that it's reasonably certain that death will occur, but it can be reasonably expected. So basically, it's possible.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for giving way. The thrust of the bill, as I understand it, is to ease suffering and pain with a patient who has a diagnosis who is going to die of the condition which has been diagnosed. But that right could only be exercised within a 6-month period. The pain could be a lot longer than that, the discomfort could be a lot longer than that. Has he heard, because I haven't, what is the importance of 6 months? Why not 8? Why not 10? Why not 12? And what would stop people challenging it on the grounds the dam has been breached, the 6 months is entirely arbitrary, and therefore it could and indeed should be extended by negative resolution of a statutory instrument?
My honourable friend makes absolutely the right point, and I'm afraid to say that is absolutely the case. It is completely arbitrary, the 6 months cut-off. It's impossible to determine. It's a line in the sand. And of course it could be challenged, as so much of this bill could be challenged on human rights grounds, because every one of the safeguards that has been introduced by the Honourable Lady is in practice will be a barrier and a discrimination against the new human right that has been awarded to one group that should of course be awarded to all if it's being conceded in this way. Give way.
I thank the honourable gentleman for giving way. Earlier this week, myself and other colleagues met with 2 eminent doctors who were former presidents of the Association of Palliative Medicine, and they raised that some of their serious concerns about this bill are the fact that the doctor or medical practitioner who makes the assessment need never have met the person they are assessing or been involved in their care at all. I wonder what the honourable gentleman makes of that.
Lady, she makes a very important point. It's why, I'm not going to get into the question of public opinion, the polling, because it's so contested, but there is a very clear evidence that the doctors who work with the dying and the palliative care professionals are in a great majority opposed to a change in the law, both because they see the damage that it will do to the palliative care profession and services, but also because of the danger that they see for vulnerable patients. So I'm grateful to her point. Yes.
I thank him for giving way, and I appreciate that he talks to us as a medical professional, and we need to listen to his views. But isn't it true that any medical assessment is an approximation, something that you cannot say for certain? And isn't it therefore true that for this decision too, we cannot be 100% certain, but that is a way of life, and we cannot make 100% good legislation, because at some point we have to make a decision on balance whether something has merit or not, and for that reason we should vote for this legislation.
For the Honourable Lady, especially for promoting me to the status of a doctor. I'm actually a charity worker and a political hack by background. But should have her to credit me with these skills. Maybe I should set myself up as a medical practitioner. Yes. But I'm grateful to her points, and of course she's absolutely right. There are difficult judgments that have to be made by medics and indeed judges all the time. I think this is a very dangerous one to give them that power to do. It would be very inappropriate. Now, the whole question about the 6-month cut-off is very important. Acknowledge all the points that have been made, but the fact is there's another problem with this definition about terminal illness. The fact is that almost anybody with a serious illness or disability could fit this definition. I recognise that these are not the cases that the Honourable Lady has in mind for this bill. Of course they're not, but that's the problem with the bill. Because all you need to do to qualify for an assisted death, for the definition of terminal illness under this bill, is to refuse treatment, like insulin if you're diabetic, or in the case of eating disorders, and I bring in my Honourable Lady, Honourable Lady and I have worked on this topic together. In the case of eating disorders, you just need to refuse food, and the evidence is, in jurisdictions around the world, and our own jurisprudence, that would be enough to qualify you for an assisted death.
Does he accept that every day in the NHS, patients refuse treatment and indeed food, and that there's currently oversight legally around coercion, around other things in that? And wouldn't, by bringing this legislation in, we'd actually strengthen protections around those areas?
I'm perplexed by this argument. The suggestion that there may be coercion, of course there will be, and abuse and all sorts of injustice that go on in the current system does not mean to strike me as an argument for regulating and licensing assisted suicide. So if there are concerns that we have about practice in the NHS, let's deal with that. Let's not license suicide, which, by the way, again, evidence from around the world shows increases suicide in the general population. So suicide is contagious, and Oregon, which is often pointed to as an example in this debate, or suicide outside assisted suicide laws rose by a third since assisted suicide was legalised. So there's enormous contagious effects if we were to regulate and licence it in this way. Good way.
The honourable member for giving way, and he's making an excellent case for the bill to pass today. Because what you're actually doing, sir, is saying that there are specifics that need debate, analysis, discussion in great detail in committee. That's the whole point of it. And if it's not done with properly in committee, if it's not done within committee, then it won't pass the third reading. Your suggestion is, because you don't like specifics, that actually we can't discuss it in any form of detail.
I'm sure the honourable lady is delighted to have the support of the honourable gentleman with his bill, with the bill, and I'm afraid to say I refer him to the point that I was making. This is the inappropriate process. My honourable friend wants to intervene.
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend who's making a superb speech, as I expected him to do. And on this issue of process, I say to the honourable gentleman from Boston and Skeddesk, my constituency neighbour, when I introduce bills to this House, very serious bills, he will know that those bills, and I think of one in particular, the Investigative Powers Bill, which has become an act, 3 independent reports preceded it, pre-letters of scrutiny of both Houses of Parliament across the House, before we went into committee. The point is that process should take place before we consider it here a second reading, not after.
Correct. I'm very grateful. Right, what I'll do now is I'm just going to get to the run through the end of the process before I take any further interventions. So I explained that pretty much anybody with a serious illness or disability could work out how to qualify for this bill, for an assisted death under this bill. And if members think that it's far-fetched, that's what happens everywhere else, that assisted suicide is legal, including in Oregon.
Catherine Eccles, point of order.
He's using the incorrect language. It's not suicide. That's offensive. Please correct your language, Mr.
That's not a point of order, Danny.
I'm grateful I'm afraid to say, and I'm sorry if offence is given, the fact is that the value of actually having a bill in black and white is that we do need to see what the law really is. And what this bill would do, it would amend the Suicide Act of 1961. It will allow people to assist with a suicide for the first time. So I'm afraid that is, I mean, I respect the Honourable Lady's concerns there, but I'm afraid we do have to use the proper language here. So, just quickly on this point about the broad scope. If you think that people with anorexia or other conditions that we would not regard as terminal couldn't happen here, consider the young people in the UK today who are given a diagnosis of terminal anorexia and put on a palliative care pathway, essentially assigned to death. And of course these are extreme cases, Mr. Speaker, but there are a lot, I'm not going to give way again. There are a lot of these cases, I'm afraid, and I mention them to show how wide open this bill is.
Can I just say to Honourable, please keep a little calmer. You've intervened twice already. We have lots of other people in this House who also need to be heard. Danny Crew.
And I think particularly of disabled people, Mr. Speaker, many of whom require constant treatment to stay alive, all immediately and by definition eligible under the terms of this bill for a state-sponsored death. And I refer members to the Equality and Human Rights Commission, which made the point that the definition and the line between disability and terminal illness is a very blurred one, which is why the title of this bill is in fact so dangerous. Now, I'm going to just make a little more progress. The second question that the medical practitioners have to answer is about mental capacity. And here again is a great vagueness. How do you judge if someone is in their right mind when they're asking for help to kill themselves? The bill says the definition of capacity is based on the Mental Capacity Act 2005, but that act is deliberately expansive. It explicitly assumes capacity in the patient. So having acute depression is no bar to being judged to have capacity under the act. Being suicidal is no bar under the act. So the capacity test is no bar at all. And then finally, this question around coercion. Is the patient asking for an assisted death because of pressure from someone else? And there are two glaring problems here. The first is that the process doesn't even attempt to answer the question properly. There's no investigation, no requirement for the medics to interview the friends and family, no need for a psychiatrist or the family doctor to be consulted. The medics just need to satisfy themselves, who knows how, that to the best of their knowledge, the person has not been pressured. But the second problem with this coercion test is that it focuses only on one type of coercion, the less likely type. The bigger danger isn't other people pressuring you to do this. It's you pressuring yourself, and honourable members have made this point. The bill has nothing to say to that. Internal pressure is absolutely fine. If you feel worthless or a burden to others, or if the NHS won't offer you the treatment you need, or if the local authority won't make the adjustment to your home that you need, or if you have to wait too long for a hospital appointment, if you want to die because you think the system has failed you, that's absolutely fine.
One friend allowed, just on that point.
I'm going to just move on a little longer. I'll get to the end. Right, so that's the medical stage. I'll just jump straight to the judicial stage. The medical practitioners sign it off, and the judge has to confirm all these same tests as well. And, of course, many eminent judges have made the point that this would overwhelm the family courts if this test was applied properly, but it won't be, because the bill assumes that judges will fulfil this sort of new inquisitorial role, actually look into cases as investigators, which is entirely unknown in the English common law. But it won't require any actual investigation. There's no requirement for the judge to even meet the applicant. They simply have to have a phone call, or maybe it'll be an email from one of these medics. That's it. That's their inquiry. And on that basis, they must decide if it is more likely or not that there's been external pressure. So the judge approves it. They're required to approve it unless they can find evidence of external coercion. And so we go to the final act, as the bill says, which is when a junior colleague of the medical practitioner oversees your death by pills or a lethal injection. And here's the last thing that the bill does or doesn't do. There is no requirement at any stage of this process, the medical or the judicial stage, for anyone to tell the patient's next of kin or their wider family or even their GP what is happening. That the NHS and the judicial system are working in secret to bring about the death of their loved one, maybe their father or their daughter. Now, I say again, these aren't the cases the bill was designed for, but they are directly in scope, and it's going to take more than a tweak in committee to get them out. Now, is this what is meant by having choice at the end of life? Now, let's talk about choice. I'm often accused of, the point was made earlier, accused of wanting to impose my view on others. People say, if you don't approve of assisted death, or don't have one, but don't deprive me of the choice. In fact, the evidence is that with this new option and the comparative loss of investment and innovation in palliative care, real choice narrows. There is a broader point to make about choice, which is that no man or woman is an island, and just as every person's death, even a good death, diminishes us all, so we will all be involved and affected if we make this change. The bill will not just create a new option for a few and leave everyone else unaffected. It will impose on every person towards the end of their life, on everyone who could be thought to be near death, and on their family, this new reality, the option of assisted suicide, the obligation to have the conversation around the bedside, in whispers in the corridor. Is it time? And it will change life and death for everyone. Now, coming to the end, Mr. Speaker, I am very aware of the terrible plight of people begging us for this new law. I think we can do better for them than they fear. But we also need to think in real human terms what the effect would be on the choices of other people. And I don't mean the people who are used to getting their way. I'm talking about the people who lack agency, the people who know what it is to be excluded from power and have decisions made for them by bigwigs in distant offices speaking a language they don't understand. The sort of people the Honourable Lady and I both know from our previous charity work, and who we all know from our constituency work. Not the ones who write to us campaigning for a change in the law, but the people who come to our surgeries with their lives in tatters, or who the police or social workers tell us about, the people with complex needs. What are the safeguards for them? And I'll tell you, we are the safeguard. This place, this Parliament, you and me, we are the people who protect the most vulnerable in society from harm, and yet we stand on the brink of abandoning that role. The Rubicon was a very small stream, Mr. Speaker, but on the other side lies a very different world, a worse world, with a very different idea of human value. The idea that our individual worth lies in our utility, valuable only for so long as we are useful, not a burden, not a cost, not making a mess. Let's not be the Parliament that authorises that idea. And I mentioned at the start the voices of those we cannot hear, frail and elderly and the disabled. And since we are surrounded by such a cloud of witnesses, let us do better than this bill. Let today not be a vote for despair, but the start of a proper debate about dying well, in which we have a better idea than a state suicide service, in which we remember that we have intrinsic value, that real choice and autonomy means having access to the best care possible and the fullest control over what happens to you while you live, that true dignity consists in being cared for to the end. Thank you.
can I just remind the House that we want to try and name up to 8 minutes. Can I have Mother of the House, Diane Abbott?
I should like to congratulate the members of SPEC for bringing forward this bill, which has been the occasion of a very important national conversation. But I would recall to the House that in 1969, Parliament voted to abolish the death penalty for murder. Public opinion was actually against this, but MPs believed on a point of principle that the state should not be involved in taking a life. It was a good principle in 1969, and it remains a good principle today. I am not against legalising assisted dying in any circumstance, but I have many reservations about this bill, and in particular, I do not believe that the safeguards are sufficient. They are supposed to be the strongest in the world because of the involvement of a High Court judge. But the divisional courts have said the intervention of a court would simply interpose an expensive and time-consuming forensic procedure. And Sir James Munby, the former president of the Family Division of the High Court, has said recently, only those who believe implicitly in judicial omniscience and infallibility, and he adds that he does not, can possibly have any confidence in the efficacy of what is proposed. Is a judge supposed to second-guess doctors? Will the judge make a decision on the basis of paperwork? Or will there be a hearing in open court? And where will be the capacity in the criminal justice system to deal with all this? So far from being a genuine safeguard, the involvement of a judge could just be a rubber stamp.
Well, my learned friend
Yes.
In more than 2/3 of our care proceedings involving the most vulnerable children in our society, they cannot complete those care proceedings within 6 months. Yeah. Does my learned friend agree that there is a real concern that this safeguard is not deliverable or risks being the rubber stamp that I know that my learned friend doesn't want it to be?
I entirely agree with my honourable friend. Robust safeguards for the sick and dying are absolutely vital to protect them from predatory relatives, to protect them from the state, but above all to protect them from themselves. There will be those who say to themselves they don't want to be a burden. And I can imagine myself saying that in particular circumstances. Others will worry that assets they had hoped to leave for their grandchildren are being eroded by the cost of care. And there will even be a handful who will think they should not be taking up a hospital bed. We are told...
I'm very grateful to the Honourable Lady for giving way, and she makes her case powerfully, but can I ask her to comment on the current situation, whereby people ask themselves the questions she has just asked today? What safeguards are there for those people? What inquiry is made before those people pass away and often take the most drastic and horrific action to do so?
But if this House passes this legislation, the issues that I have raised will become even more foremost in people's minds. We are told that there is no evidence of coercion in jurisdictions where assisted suicide is possible. But people do not generally write letters to sick relatives urging them to consider assisted suicide, and then put the letter on file. And coercion in the family context can be about not what you say, but about what you don't say. The long, meaningful pause. Yes, of course.
Giving way. As a medical professional and surrounded by even more senior medical professionals, we can all say we all miss things when there's tangibles in front of us. The shadow on x-rays, the markers on blood tests. We miss things as professionals when we can actually see them. What evidence will we have, or what security will we have of picking up things that we can't see, like coercion?
That is the point. Coercion is something that you will have no material evidence of and that you cannot see. People keep saying that this bill can't be amended. Of course, any future government could bring in new clauses. And we can see what happened in Canada, which introduced assisted dying in 2016 for adults with terminal illnesses. In 2021, it was extended to people with no terminal illness and the disabled. And in March 2027, anyone with a serious mental health problem will also be eligible. The House should remember that no single organisation representing the disabled supports this bill.
Would the Honourable Lady give me? Thank you. On that point, my daughter Maria lived her life with severe disabilities and health conditions, and since her birth, we were told many times that she might have only 6 months to live. She lived for 27 years. Crucially, Maria was non-verbal. And I am filled with dread and fear for those other people like Maria who are non-verbal and don't have that capacity, and what might happen to others like Maria if they aren't loved and cared for and have somebody speaking out for them.
I have heard so many stories like that. This arbitrary cut-off of 6 months, it doesn't necessarily meet with the reality of sick people.
Right Honourable Lady for giving way, and I think the case of Maria and others is one that should give us all pause. But does the Right Honourable Lady agree with me? 2/3 of the Cabinet apparently in principle support this measure. We should reject it today, but we should as a House commit not to go another 10 years of ignoring this topic, but to come forward in a considered way and ensure that it is looked at properly, and we do everything possible to have a system which is more robust, more caring, and ensures good outcomes for people like Maria.
Does say that we must try and keep to the time limit. Diana.
I agree with the Honourable Gentleman, and as I said right at the beginning, I am not against assisted dying in any circumstances. If this bill passes, we will have the NHS as a fully funded 100% suicide service, but palliative care will only be funded at 30% at best. The former member for Dunfermline East, Gordon Brown, has said recently, we need to show we can do better at assisted living before deciding whether to legislate on ways to die. I represent very many vulnerable people in marginalised communities. I cannot vote for a bill where I have doubts about whether they will be protected. We can come back, we can have a commission, we can craft a better bill, but I will not be voting for this bill this morning.
Andrew Mitchell.
Up to 8 minutes. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to make just three brief points. The first one, Mr. Speaker, is that I have completely changed my mind on this subject since I entered the House during the last century. And the reason for that is that I've sat in my advice surgery and I have had tears pouring down my face listening to constituents who have set out so clearly, speaking with such emotion about how their mother, brother, father or child has died in great pain and great indignity. And I strongly support this bill. I want to congratulate the Honourable Lady for the excellent way in which she has presented it. But I believe that we should give our constituents, our fellow citizens, this choice. I want this choice for my constituents. I want it for those whom I love. And indeed, I want it perhaps one day, Mr. Speaker, for myself. The current law forces people... I'm not giving away, I'm afraid. The current law forces people to plan their deaths in secret. Their bodies are found by their loved ones. They often die in the most horrific circumstances. They have no chance to say goodbye to their loved ones. It is devastating for their families. And the former Health Secretary commissioned the Office of National Statistics to try and find out how many people who committed suicide every year were dying people, and the figure was between 300 and 650. The second point I want to make is this. In our democracy, it is we, the Commons, who must make this decision. It is only we, elected by our constituents, who have the legitimacy to do this. It is not the DPP, it is not the CPS, it is not the police, doctors, or even unelected members of the House of Lords. It is this House of Commons that must make this decision. And let us be clear, Mr. Speaker, that we, all of us, on both sides of this debate, strongly support the increase in the quality and extent of palliative care. For me, this debate is about extending choice. Choice in very narrow circumstances, as the Honourable Lady has so clearly set out. The choice not to be forced to end your life in pain and indignity, and in very narrow and heavily regulated circumstances, as this bill sets out. There is no element in this bill that talks about intolerable suffering. Many believe that this bill is too narrowly drawn. I stand by the Honourable Lady's drafting. We remember that in Oregon there has been no serious attempt to change or amend the law. I had the privilege of speaking to an NHS consultant last year on the day before she headed to Dignitas, and she said this, Madam Deputy Speaker. She said, "I love my country, but I object very strongly to my country forcing me to make this choice today that I have to travel unaccompanied to a foreign country to die." Madam Deputy Speaker, the status quo is cruel and dangerous. People caught up in these circumstances, they have no transparency, there's no regulation, there's no safeguards, there's no oversight. In this bill today, there are a whole series of safeguards which are not present at the moment. And the third and final point I want to make is this. Today we decide on a principle. If this bill does not go through at second reading, that will be the end of the matter for many years. And we would do so in the knowledge, Madam Deputy Speaker, that Scotland, the Isle of Man, Jersey, many other countries are likely to bring in legislation like this. There are 300 million people in 30 jurisdictions who have secured this ability to choose. There will be numerous safeguards. There will not be a slippery slope unless this Parliament agrees to there being one. And if we agree to a second reading today, in my judgment, it is inconceivable that the government front bench will not have the proper time to scrutinise this bill. This bill, Madam Deputy Speaker, goes with the grain of our constituents' views, something like 75% according to the most recent polling. There is an opportunity and a chance to consider in detail these matters, as the Honourable Lady has set out, ahead of the third reading. And as drafted, it seems to me to be a very modest and controlled proposal. And let us not forget this. Oregon shows us that less people take these steps once they know they've got this choice, this backup. Madam Deputy Speaker, I end by something I have never forgotten. Some years ago, speaking in a debate, listening in a debate to a young man who had recently lost his father. And he said this. He said that he'd visited his father, he'd seen him in great pain and indignity. And he had seen him 3 days before he died, and in the end he put a bag over his head and he used his dressing gown cord to hang himself. And he said this to all of us. He said, if you are ever in this position, let's hope that God will help you, because they certainly won't. This House today has the opportunity to ensure that they will.
Andy Slaughter.
Madam Deputy Speaker, it's a pleasure to follow the excellent speech of the member for Sutton Coldfield. In preparation for today, I've had a number of discussions with my honourable friend, the member for Spen Valley, and I just wanted to put on record that the measured way that she's dealt with these proceedings has been excellent. I don't know if she's ever had moments of doubting whether this was the right thing to pick as a private member's bill, but she's been an absolute credit to this House in the way that she's dealt with these matters so far. I wound up for the opposition front bench in the last debate in the Chamber in 2015, but my interest in this goes back much further than that. And like all members of this House, I have had hundreds of emails from constituents on both sides of the argument here. Many are asking me to oppose the bill today have come from people of faith, and I wholly and entirely respect what they say. But they are the first people also to say that this is an individual decision for every individual member in the House today. Because I've been at the bottom of the list for so many years, being called, I have great sympathy for those who find themselves there today, and so I'll try and keep my remarks to one narrow point, which is the legal context of the bill. There is, I think, a false dichotomy that the law, as it stands, is fit for purpose, and that we go into the unknown with the bill that's before us. And that we should somehow keep to the safety of the status quo. I think that could not be more wrong. There are no safeguards in the current law. The only sanction against coercion is ex post facto. We are leaving it to individual DPPs, Directors of Public Prosecutions, to make decisions in individual cases after the event. And they take that job extremely seriously. Anyone who's heard Sir Max Hill, the last DPP, speak on the subject, and they have, at the instigation of the courts, set out, and I think we know there was an excellent Director of Public Prosecutions who set out the guidelines on this case. They have done everything that they can, but it is not their responsibility. It's our responsibility. And the courts, up to and including the Supreme Court, have made that clear. We assign in this bill a role to the High Court as part of the process, but we are the final decision takers here, and that's been made clear not only by domestic but international courts. And the European Court of Human Rights has said in every case that such matters have come before it that the margin of appreciation should be should be put into effect, and therefore they should not interfere with what the law as we decide it. So we cannot dodge our responsibilities here. I know we don't want to do that, but we have a duty to put into place the best law that we can, and that is not the law as it stands. There are three choices for people who want to end their own lives. They can go to Dignitas alone if they can afford to do that. They can attempt and perhaps succeed in suicide. They risk failing. If they succeed, they will have a lonely death. And they may, as others have pointed out, simply have to resort to refusing treatment or refusing food. Or, third option, they can embroil their relatives at the risk of those relatives becoming, or indeed friends becoming, being investigated or prosecuted. And they also risked ending their lives too soon. On the question of safeguards, I do not follow the view of opponents of the bill, because sometimes they seem to say that they are too complex, too expensive, that there are not enough resources there. If we want to resource this bill, we can resource this bill in that way. And I do not think those are the strongest arguments. But at other times we are
Give way.
I really don't want to because of the time, I'm sorry. I think this is should I? Yeah. I'll give way one.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I thank the honourable gentleman for giving way. He talks a little about the safeguards, and I just invite him and the House to reflect on the COVID pandemic. And when a lot of safeguards around a lot of things were relaxed. And I worry that if we were to see another pandemic on the scale of what we saw in 2020, where the people might feel that they were doing something patriotic by getting out of the way, by freeing up a bed for a younger person, and I just invite him to reflect on that.
I'll say that's with permission of the House. In practice, a terminally ill person will need to formally consider their decision at least 8 times under the provisions in this bill. This is a starting point. I think a number of members have already made this point. Already, I believe that this bill has had more scrutiny than most public bills that we consider, but we have up to 9 months before us to consider that further. Madam Deputy Speaker, all the practical and all the legal considerations here, I think, point towards this bill. It may well be amended to change the safeguards, to change the way that it operates, but we have the opportunity to do that. But at the end, that's not the decision for me. The decision for me is about 2 things. It's about human dignity and it's about agency. And I would like to think that even at the end of life, especially at the end of life, when someone may be at their weak, obviously have their faculties, but maybe at their weakest ebb, that they can still exercise that agency, they can still make those decisions for themselves. They can have the longest life they can, and they can end that life in the way that is most beneficial to them, their loved ones and their family. That is simply not happening, and by voting against this bill today, you ignore those facts. One of them.
Kit Malthouse.
When I was a child, my parents shielded me from death, and centuries of art and literature and religion taught me that death was something noble or even slightly romantic. When I became an adult, I learned pretty quickly that that was not the case. For far too many, it is anything but, certainly not noble. The deathbed for far too many is a place of misery, torture and degradation, a rain of blood and vomit and tears. I see no compassion and beauty in that, only profound human suffering. And in 10 years of campaigning on this issue, I've spent many, many hours with dying and bereaved people that have time and time again reinforced me of that view. Now, I'm co-sponsor of the bill, and I'm chair of the All-Party Group for Choice, co-chair of the All-Party Group for Choice at the end of life. And I could give a speech that was going to promote the bill, but my honourable friend, and I do call her a friend, the member for Spen Valley, has done that remarkably well. So in my speech, I wanted to address some of the common issues that have been raised, and no doubt will be raised during the debate with which I struggle. The first is, no doubt we're going to hear an awful lot about the overseas experience. Well, I'm married to a Canadian, and I can tell you they love their children just as much as we do. The idea that they, the Australians, the New Zealanders, the Spanish, the Austrians, care little for their relatives or indeed for the wider society in which they live is frankly offensive. And we should not pretend that somehow here we are special or different. They have thought as profoundly on these issues as we have over the last 10 years. And we can learn from them and design a system for our own sensibilities and culture as they have done too. They all have different laws on abortion, some of which we would not pass in this House. That doesn't mean to say we shouldn't have abortion laws here either. We are a 1,000-year-old democracy. We should be able to design legislation that deals with this issue for ourselves. The second issue that's been raised with which I have struggled is the issue of the impact on the NHS and on judges. These people are already dying. They are already in the National Health Service. They already are entitled to care. And even if you think there is an impact, are you seriously telling me that my death, my agony, is too much for the NHS to have time for. It's too much hassle. Or even the claim that it would overload the judges, that I should drown in my own fecal vomit because it's too much hassle for the judges to deal with. We send things to the NHS and the judges from this House all the time. Is anyone suggesting that we shouldn't be creating a new offence of spiking because the judges are overworked, which has come through this week? Of course not. They will cope as they have done with all sorts of things that we've sent from this House over the years, and we should not countenance the idea that some logistical problem is going to get in the way of giving us a good death to our fellow citizens. And then I wanted to address the notion, or address directly those people who are considering voting no, and to make sure that they are clear in their own mind that a vote against this bill today is not a passive act. There are two states of being on offer today, and I have to break some news to you. Whatever happens to the bill today, people with terminal illness will still take their lives. If the bill falls today, we are consigning those people to take their lives in brutal, violent ways, as they are doing at the moment, or for increasing numbers of our fellow citizens to make the trip to Switzerland if they can afford it. We know that between 600 and 700 people a year are killing themselves in violent ways, shooting themselves, throwing themselves in front of trains, taking overdoses in lonely, horrible circumstances. Many, as I say, are going to Switzerland. More than that are lying in hospital. I guarantee there will be somebody over the river in St Thomas's now who is refusing treatment and starving themselves to death because they cannot face what is in front of them. By all means.
Would you agree with me that we had a choice today? We've come here today to debate assisted dying. We could have come here today to build cross-party consensus on how to finally, once and for all, fix palliative care in this country. We could have come to look at a funding consensus, and that does need to be cross-party. So I agree with this point that no is also a choice, but what can follow on from that should be a cross-party consensus on how we fix palliative care.
Well, I agree with the honourable gentleman, and isn't it a surprise the conversation about palliative care has started? Right? We weren't having it before this bill came forward. And the evidence from the Health and Care Select Committee, which was published just in February this year, shows that palliative care and assisted dying go hand in hand. I won't, thank you. And improvements go hand in hand. What medics from across the world told us is that the two are complementary. And that in places like Australia, where I discussed this with a palliative care doctor who was against the introduction of it when they were contemplating it, she now finds it an invaluable tool. She embraces it as something that her patients want and need. And my concern today, frankly, is if this bill is turned down as it was in 2015, exactly the same thing will happen, which is the conversation about palliative care will wither, as it has done for the last 10 years. I wanted to illustrate this with a story that has particularly affected me. Mark Crampton was a former police chief inspector who was suffering from COPD. His COPD became too much for him, and so he informed his family that he was going to take his own life. He took his oxygen tank and mask, and late one night went out and sat on a railway embankment. He wanted a death that was instant and quick, that he could rely upon. He waited until 2 in the morning. Heartbreakingly, he had worked out when the last train was going, so he would minimise disruption to the public, and he took his life in lonely circumstances in the middle of the night. By not passing this bill, we would deny to Mark supervision, conversation, access to doctors, periods of reflection, advice, and even if he'd been through all that and decided it was still too much, we would give him a much better end than he actually achieved. Be clear, as I say, whatever happens to this bill, terminal people will still take their lives. And to the honourable gentleman who says that people dying in agony, hundreds of people dying in agony every year, is a price worth paying for the good of society, I have to tell him I find that an appalling prospect. A society that looks away from these people in the gallery who are living in terrible fear of what will face them, or have watched their families die in fear, that we look away and say that's okay for the good of the whole. I find that a terrible, terrible prospect. We have a duty to assist them, as the other countries around the world that have realised have done so, and find a way to make them comfortable in the end. And finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, I won't. And finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, I wanted to just talk a little bit about rights. We're going to hear a lot in the debate about rights, quite rightly. We hear about the rights and fears of the disability community, who are specifically excluded from the bill. We hear a lot about the rights and fears of the elderly, who are also specifically excluded from the bill. We're even hearing about the rights of doctors, who are allowed to conscientiously object to participating in this process if they wish. But when are we going to have the conversation about the rights of the dying? Where do we put them in the ranking of rights as they face their end? When do we grant them the autonomy and choice which so many of them have campaigned for over the years? And surely, as they're coming towards the end of their life, their rights have to be in the forefront of our mind. The last best gift that we can give them is control over the disease which is destroying them. If we don't pass the bill today, we are cornering all those people. We are trapping them with the law against their disease and consigning them to an end of torture and degradation which they do not wish to go to. As I said before, we are a 1,000-year-old democracy. It's not beyond us to design legislation that gives them what they want and protects those who we feel need to be protected. I want, like my right honourable friend, this choice for my constituents, but profoundly I want it for myself, and I want it for those people in the gallery who've been working so hard over the last decade to get us to change our minds. Please be clear, friends, that whatever happens today, terminal people will still take their own lives. All we are deciding today is how.
With a reminder that there is no formal time limit, but if we wish to get members in, and as many as possible in, please could members constrain themselves to about 8 minutes. Rachel Maskell.
Speaker, this is hard. With compassion, we search for ways to best alleviate pain and suffering and ensure those we love die in peace. Initiated by this bill, focus has rapidly turned to caring for the dying, optimising every moment of life that we want to hold on to, yet breaks us knowing that at some point we have to let go. This, the mission of Dame Cicely Saunders, founder of the hospice movement. Thankfully, most die in peace, but tragically, not all. Funding for palliative care has regressed against rising demand in an ageing society with growing comorbidities. Hospices are paring back services. Research by the Anscombe Bioethics Centre in Oxford highlights how jurisdictions with assisted dying fall down the rankings on palliative care, while promised funding never materialises. So when over 100,000 people, predominantly in poverty, from minoritised communities or based on postcode, fail to access any palliative care despite needing it, or for those that do, it's frequently overstretched services, unable to make timely or optimised interventions, or for the most, starts far too late, then tragic testimonies follow, as we've heard in recent days. We all know the NHS is under significant duress and just can't do what it should. Social care fragmented and costly, and palliative care significantly underfunded and inequitable. It is a mess. We must give my right honourable friend, the Health Secretary, after Lord Darcy's devastating report, the opportunity to reset health and care. I believe it is what we on these benches were elected to do. With just 17 days since publication, this bill has consumed us, only to intensify if the bill proceeds. Instead, our focus should be on getting palliation right, then see what is really needed. We can't do both, as there's simply not capacity. Over 70% of the public say they want a commission on palliative and end-of-life care before we consider assisted dying. Other polls agree. Plans for a commission are well advanced. I'm happy to give way.
I'm most grateful to the Honourable Lady. I agree with her entirely. The way forward should be through better palliative care. not through assisted suicide. The bill does not address the needs of children. Would she also recognise that we need better palliative care for children as well as for adults?
I completely agree with the honourable gentleman. He makes a pertinent point. After all, we would never write a prescription before making a diagnosis, yet this bill does. It's simply prescribing the wrong medicine. Extraordinarily, there's no critical analysis, not even an impact assessment when such significant matters of life and death are at stake, and our broken health and justice system stretched even further. My constituent was just 46 when she received the terminal diagnosis. She didn't have long, the cancer was advancing and her prognosis would qualify her for an assisted death. Had it been consented, now 54 and in remission, she pleads this bill doesn't pass. Palliative care consultants say it's near impossible to prognosticate at 6 months. Just 46% get it right. Experts say this arbitrary 6-month threshold is insecure. We must recognise its prematurity. Clause 2.2 describes if treatment only relieves symptoms but does not cure, then you qualify for an assisted death if within criteria. We understand someone declining chemotherapy, but this extends to any condition where a cocktail of drugs is sustaining life. You may only be 18. It doesn't need a change in the law. It's written in this bill. My greatest concern, coercion. We live in a coercive society. The UK spends 40 billion on advertising. Ever more powerful algorithms drive us to content online, while we recognise coercion in relationships or elder abuse. In dying where there is malign intent, this bill fails to safeguard. Often years after coercion do people recognise it, yet within a month you could be dead. Malign coercion cases may be few, but as a clinician working at the fringes of life, my patients frequently said, I don't want to be a burden, or I'd rather the money went to the grandchildren than on my care, or somebody is more deserving than me. Intrinsic coercion is very real, not least where the law has changed, rapidly becoming an expectation, verbalised as a duty to die. In fact, not wanting to be a burden is cited as a major reason to opt for an assisted death, alongside loss of dignity, loneliness and needing personal care. Yet every day, disabled people live in this reality. We fight in this House to take stigma, give dignity, equality and worth. It is why disabled people fear this bill. It devalues them in a society where they fight to live. Understand why Disability Rights UK opposes, why Liberty opposes. To push back against this bill is the cause of the progressive, the libertarian, not just the domain of the conservative. In this bill, a doctor may raise an assisted death with their patient, clause 4.2. With the trust we place in doctors, not least when vulnerable, this is so significantly coercive. Suppose unconscious bias, well known in healthcare. And before you question that assertion, let me cite the industrial application of the Liverpool Care Pathway. And then 5.5 years after its ban, the COVID do not actively resuscitate letters. Evidence shows disabled and ethnic minority people experience bias in healthcare. If you stand for equality, you'll recognise the safeguarding failures in this bill, while not wanting to encourage suicidal ideation. In jurisdictions where there is assisted suicide, rates rise 6% higher. Then process. 2 separate doctors, possibly unknown to the patient, ask a set of questions. Capacity can take days to establish in the courts, but only needs a consultation. The same to assess coercion and prognosis. The doctors are proponents of assisted dying. Risk increases in closed environments. At least the Isle of Man is considering a parole board style approach. This bill doesn't. The documentation of the decision fails in its rigour, not even seeking the evidence for decision. It is passed to a judge. Sir James Mundy, former Family Division President, describes, I quote, a scheme which does not provide for an open and transparent process, on the contrary, permits a secret process which can give us no confidence that it will enable the court to identify and prevent possible abuses. In decrying how the bill changes the role of the judge to one of certifying compliance, he states the Leadbeater Bill falls lamentably short of providing adequate safeguards, describing the suspension of any appeal as an extraordinary omission, not least if the patient's concerned relative or physician cannot take their case. This is backed by Thomas Teague, QC, former Chief Coroner, who says the safeguards will not hold. They amount to nothing more than arbitrary restrictions with no rational foundation. Lord Sumption, former Supreme Court judge, highlights that once the law facilitates assisted suicide, it could be deemed discriminatory to deny others, disabled people, the same rights. Barristers say they'll take cases. They expect the law to change. Then, I'm going to press on. Then much relies upon regulations using the negative procedure, some the affirmative. Even if not prepared within 2 years, Clause 42(3) says this Act will be fully implemented. The bill changes the role of the Chief Medical Officer without any analysis, as with doctors. During the 14-month Health Select Committee inquiry, we heard how the clinician-patient relationship changed with assisted suicide. Record keeping and data collection is inadequate, as we found in Oregon. The Clause 18(9) highlights the procedure may fail. The bill is silent on how to manage, but should be explicit. And we must acknowledge it's not always peaceful. When we learnt in Oregon, some has seizures or vomit as the body rejects the toxic medication. The bill falls woefully short on safeguarding patients too flawed to amend. It's the wrong and rushed answer to a complex problem. Today, we must be beyond reasonable doubt of error if voting for this bill. Remember, the vote is not on the principle of assisted dying or choice, but the principles detained within the clauses of this bill. Public polling overwhelmingly says, if in any doubt, then the public expect their MP to vote against the bill today. We can focus on optimising palliative and end-of-life medicine, to then bring consensus and discern what further steps need taking. For death, as with life, is too precious to get this wrong.
The Chair of the Health Select Committee, Leila Moran.
Deputy Speaker. I'd like to start by congratulating the member for Spen Valley for bringing this bill and to commend her for the tone that she has set in shepherding this debate, and indeed members across the House for sincerely held views for the way that I think we have done this so far, and I hope it will continue. Most things we do in this place have some bearing on life and death, but it's rare we discuss these concepts in their most visceral and direct forms. And as a nation, we don't talk about death very nearly enough, especially while we're well. But it happens to us all. And so I welcome the chance to enable better conversations, not just in this place together, but also in people's own minds for themselves. No matter how anyone votes today, I hope we can all agree that this debate is a profound and proud moment for our democracy. And to that end, I want to be upfront. I will be voting for this bill today because I want this conversation to continue. Now, to those who are arguing the moral grounds and the point that we are crossing a Rubicon, I sincerely respect their view. These are moral judgments. There will be members who will be making the moral case today, and I want to hear them. But to those MPs who might be minded to vote for it on principle but are worried about the details, about how we might change a word here or the role of clinicians or MPs or whatever it may be, may I urge them to reconsider the question they're asking themselves today. This is the second reading. The media is asking all of us, are you for or against this bill? I would urge you to think of this question differently. The question I think we and I will be answering today is, do I want to keep talking about the issues in this bill? Do I want to keep grappling? One second. Do I want to keep grappling with the detail until I get to third reading, where I might reserve the right to, at that point, vote no? You can decide the question for yourself. I give way.
I appreciate her giving way, but she is misrepresenting what we are doing at this point with this bill. We are speaking about the specifics of this bill. This is not a general debate. This is not a theoretical discussion. It is about the specifics of the bill, and my honourable friend has highlighted numerous deficiencies. I'll give you one example. If this is such a good thing to alleviate pain and suffering, a right that we should be proud to pass, why are we denying it to children? If it is a positive, why are we denying it to children? We're discussing the specifics.
May I
give way or they give way.
May I thank him for his intervention? And all I would simply say is that might be something he might want to put in Bill Committee at later stages. But for those, it is important that members appreciate they can vote yes today and vote no later. Now I want to come on to the point about palliative care. This is really, really important. Now the message from the sector, from patients and from their families is crystal clear. It is not good enough and we must do better. I will, of course.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. Would you agree with me that this isn't a choice between palliative care or assisted dying, but actually the two can go hand in hand? But with the knowledge that if palliative care doesn't provide the individual with the comfort they require, that they would still, with this bill, have the option to decide how they want to end their lives, rather than potentially drifting away without being able to have that final cuddle or to say that final goodbye.
I'm extremely grateful to him, and I think this debate around palliative care needs to be had. My concern is that we have not had any firm commitments from government other than woolly words about how they are actually going to tackle this. My concern is that a Royal Commission pushes this into the long grass, and I say to the Secretary of State who's in his place, the gauntlet has been thrown down. If he wants someone like me to not vote for this bill moving forwards, I would say to him he needs to do two things. One is put firm commitments on palliative care on the table that resolve them within the next 1 or 2 years, but then also commit to afterwards bringing a bill like this back in government time. Without those firm commitments, I will continue to make the case for continuing to want to see progress. I will give way one more time.
I'm very grateful to the Honourable Lady, and she and I come to this from different places. I will be voting against this bill today. I agree with her and indeed with all those members that have spoken about the need to massively improve palliative care. But she comes from this to a place where she says we can address some of those concerns at a later stage. How does one address coercion and guilt through legislation?
Extremely grateful to him, and these are conversations I want to keep happening. But the other thing I would say is there might be people who are, I would say to those who say, how do we do this better, and are using those process arguments, what does the bill that does address assisted dying look like that you might vote for? And if the answer is that there is none, let's be honest about that. Now, I want to end by actually giving over a tiny amount of my time to someone who's in the gallery today. Tracy, who I can't see right now, but thank you for coming. And what I said to Tracy, who is a constituent of mine, who I met, is that I would allow just some of her words to be spoken today. Tracy was 58 when she was diagnosed with incurable stage 4 breast cancer, which spread to become a brain tumour in 2023. It was successfully removed, but Tracy lives every day knowing her cancer is likely to return. And this is what she wants us to hear. Despite this prognosis, I can honestly say I'm a happy person now. I feel lucky to have made it to 60. There is just one black cloud on the horizon for me, and that is the way I will die. I am terrified that I will suffer a long, painful death. If I knew I had the choice to have a good death, these worries would disappear. Please change the law so I can live what life I have left, safe in the knowledge that I have a choice about how and when I die. If you do this, I will be able to live even more happily, knowing that I do not need to worry about the prospect of a cruel and painful death. So I will simply end by saying there are sincerely held views today. Let this be the Parliament where we ensure, regardless of how we vote today, that we give people a good death.
Tonia Antoniazzi.
I have led two Westminster Hall debates for the Petitions Committee on this subject of assisted dying. I have grappled with this, I still do, and when my honourable friend, the member for Spen Valley, was speaking earlier, I had a packet of tissues and I made swift work of them. It really is so difficult for so many of us, with personal experience and also with our own thoughts. It is our privilege, it is genuinely our privilege to be able to say that this is what we want or what we don't want. Because we may not be facing that right now in our lives. But when you are, and I will be voting for the bill today, when you are, you think about it deeply. And I think about this all the time. I really need to maybe get a bit of a life, but it really, really is something that bothers me. The way in which this debate has been held is a real, it's a real honour, and it's an honour for all of us in this chamber to be able to do it today, whatever our views are. But I have to say that it's just not easy, and I want everybody out there to know it's not easy. It's really, really difficult, and it's difficult for those on opposing sides. But I'm going to get to the bill because, as has been pointed out, that is what we are here to talk about, and not get overly emotional. But I want to talk about the bill, and I want to talk about how it impacts in Wales. And these are things that I hope that we will be able to amend the bill to take consideration of, and I hope that we can look at this in detail in the Lords. I believe this bill should pass today, because we need to discuss this and we need to know how it's going to work. And as it's currently drafted, I think we are going to have to look to Welsh Government and to see if there needs to be a legislative consent motion, because it doesn't seem to engage with the Sewell Convention in a substantive way. And some of the issues that have been raised with me are that the bill places multiple duties on the Secretary of State in England around code of practices and providing assistance with the NHS. And the Welsh Government needs to be happy with the Secretary of State in England in deciding how services are provided within the Welsh NHS. And there will need to be an amendment, which I suspect will then engage with the Sewell Convention. The need for subordinate legislation to enact this bill is really complicated, and we need to see how this will be passed here in this place. And so there are issues around the code of practice, because some of them have devolved. And I just want to highlight that today, because we need to be mindful, regardless of the emotional stories that we are going to be hearing in this place. It does have an impact on legislation in Wales, and that's very important, that when this bill does go through, or if it does go through today, that those discussions are had, because everybody's lives matter and we have to get this legislation right. But on that note, Madam Deputy Speaker, I don't want to take up any more time, but thank you to all of my friends, and thank you to the Honourable Member for Spen Valley, because you have an absolute gem. So thank you ever so much. Thank you.
Dr. Ben Spencer.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Prior to my election to Parliament, as a consultant psychiatrist with a PhD in decision-making capacity, under Section 9(3)(b) of this bill, I would have met both criteria to be a medical expert assessor. So I've got a particular perspective as someone who, in different circumstances, might have been called on to do these assessments. I strongly believe that we should respect and support the right for bodily autonomy in people with full decision-making capacity, subject to the caveats that this does not cause serious harm to others. I argued for this when I was on the working group of the Independent Review of the Mental Health Act and on the Pre-Legislative Scrutiny Committee for the new bill, legislation which, amongst other things, aims to prevent people from coming to harm when suffering from severe mental illness. These reforms were debated in the House of Lords this week and demonstrate how Parliament should legislate in complex areas that balance individual autonomy and risk. In contrast, as a private member's bill, there is limited ability for scrutiny of this bill's provisions. It has had no independent review, no pre-legislative scrutiny, and no impact assessments. Many MPs support the principle of assisted dying but have concerns over implementation, resource implications and safeguarding, which is why I, along with other colleagues on both sides of the House, tabled a reasoned amendment to this bill calling for an independent review and consultation before a vote in Parliament to provide a third way through. And I'd like to thank the members supporting the amendment, particularly the members of Shipley and Twickenham for their work and extensive and careful consideration of this area. While the general debate on assisted dying may focus largely on the principles, legislation must address the limits to and safeguards on consent. Should people be able to agree to a medically assisted death? If so, what, if any, restrictions should there be on people who can make this decision? Age, capacity, terminal illness, intolerable suffering. And then, what safeguards are there to uphold these limits and prevent abuse? Assessments by 2 doctors, judicial scrutiny. Given that the main argument I see in favour of assisted dying is the exercise of personal autonomy, I believe the most substantive issues we need to wrestle with are the limits that we set to it. Why is this bill limited to the terminally ill and not those suffering but not terminal? What even comes within the scope of terminal illness? As with the refusal of treatment and medication, conditions such as type 1 diabetes and HIV can be designated as terminal despite being fully treatable. There are many questions, but in this bill, the most prominent problem is that in a legal context, if the availability of assisted dying is limited to only those who are terminally ill, it is discriminatory to either those with or without terminal illness. Either their right to autonomy is greater than others, or the values of their life is worth less. We must also ask if can autonomy be exercised where there is no choice? If good palliative care is simply not available, can we really rely on this as a true and free decision? I would argue we can't, and this bill does not safeguard against coercion through state neglect. But I would usually always, but unfortunately it will impact another member speaking, so apologies. Perhaps fundamentally, for me, given my interest in capacity, is that we have not considered how much human decision-making is driven by altruistic intentions. I did it for my children is rightly a primary motivation for many in many settings. But as a society, are we comfortable with a decision to seek a medically assisted death to not be a burden to one's family or to save them money? This won't impact capacity. We can't pretend that capacity assessments are going to be a shield for these moral concerns. Where is the line, if there is one, between indirect coercion and the natural human responses in a stressed family unit looking after a sick loved one? Now, I believe legislation on assisted dying could be brought in that has fully reviewed and addressed these issues. But parliamentarians must deal with what we have in front of us today. Proponents on both sides of the debate frame this vote of second reading as a vote on the principle of assisted dying, but in reality it is a vote on the implementation as put forward in this bill. As a former mental health doctor, I'm most proud that I was there for the most vulnerable, and today I think about those without a voice in this debate or in the TV studios. I think about the elderly woman in the care home with mild cognitive impairment, retained capacity, but nevertheless vulnerable to coercion and undue influence. Or the sick mother whose child may lose their job or relationship due to the burden of caring responsibilities. This bill doesn't protect them. It risks placing implicit pressure on people already vulnerable. At a time of life, they should be receiving our unwavering care and support. We should and must vote it down.
Dame Meg Hillier.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And in my brief remarks today, I want to touch on principle, policy and practice. We have to be very clear today that we are not just having a debate on the principle, but on this bill. But the principle at stake is that we do cross a Rubicon, whereby somebody who is ill, who is terminally ill by the definition of this bill, is assisted by the state to die. This is a fundamental change in the relationship between the state and the citizen, and the patient and their doctor. If we have a scintilla of doubt about allowing the state that power, we should vote against this today. I, like many of us, most of us, came into politics partly to stand up for the vulnerable. And we've heard heartbreaking stories today about those vulnerable at the point of death. We've also heard, and I concur completely with my right honourable friend, the member for Hackney North and Stoke Newington, about those who are vulnerable for other reasons, who could be coerced or persuaded down this route. I've had the privilege of being around the hospice movement for nearly 50 years, when my father established one of the first National Health Service hospices in this country. And I saw what he did as a doctor in a world where death was not talked about, where surgeons would say, "We'd whip this bit out, you're going to be fine," and he would be one of the first to have to tell them, "It's actually, you're going to die." And the work that he did on the back of giants like Dame Cicely Saunders is something we should be proud of. We were the first country in the world to recognise palliative care as a separate profession. And some of the tragedies we've heard about today are because of a failure in that system. And a failure in palliative care and support is not a reason to continue. And I have a personal experience, many of our members of this House will remember, when my daughter was very ill a few years ago. And I had not intended to speak about this today, but she was admitted to hospital with acute pancreatitis as a teenager. So this bill would not have covered her at that point. But I did not know for for 5 days, in fact many months, whether she would live or die. And those first 5 days she did not sleep and she did not eat and she was crying out in pain. But I saw what good medicine can do, that palliated that pain, that got her to a place where, although for 2.5 months she was unable to eat, she was saved, and the key thing was she was not in pain. Well, she was in pain, but it was managed. Our best friends were the pain nurses and the anaesthetists. So I have seen directly, and I have other examples of another family member, which I haven't got time to go into today. I hope she forgives me for raising her personal situation in the House today.
Will the Honourable Lady give way? I thank the Honourable Lady for giving way and pay tribute to her for her strength in this House and to everybody on both sides of the House in this very difficult issue. Does the Honourable Lady agree with me that we already have assisted dying in this country? The legislation in this country already allows for choice that proves that people would be able to die at home with carefully administered, practitioner-led pain management. And does the Honourable Lady agree with me that the inconsistency of this application of good pain management at end of life is for compassionate legislators to feel that the only option is to vote for this bill is a failure of our existing national health? And does the Honourable Lady...
Interventions are going to have to be short in this debate. There are many members who wish to get in, so perhaps that's enough. Meg Hillier.
I thank my honourable friend for that. I think she is absolutely right. When you see it working, it is great. And some of what we've heard today has been a failure of the system. That cannot be a reason that we we accept this bill today. And for over 30 years, I've been scrutinising the policies and actions of public bodies and seen the mistakes that they make, both in the care sector when I was in local government and more recently as chair of the Public Accounts Committee. I give way.
I'm grateful for giving way. The time to make this decision is frankly wrong. at a time that 44,000 terminally ill pensioners were set to, indeed many of them lost their winter fuel allowance. We're now discussing whether we will put forward a bill to, frankly, a state-sanctioned bill. The taboo that many of us are reluctant to talk about are...
Meg Hillier.
I thank the honourable gentleman. What I do agree with him on is the time is not right now. We have not had the proper discussion about palliative care. Some of us have been trying to talk about this for many years, and we need to make sure that this debate does not stop today. But this bill must stop today. It is not developed to deliver that palliative care resource that we need. And I do want to touch on the policy, but I just want to pick up on my final point before I took the intervention, that we've seen many systems of failure, whether it was contaminated blood, many whistleblowing in the NHS repeatedly showing failure in the system, and there's great trust for those supporting the bill that these safeguards will deliver. And I won't go into the details, as others have already done that. I'm sure many more will. But we made coercive control in this House illegal in 2015, and yet this bill, although it talks about the safeguards, I fear that it will not pick up coercive control. We ruled it as illegal, and we thought that was a moment of progress in this House. And because of the time, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'll move on to some of the practical challenges of delivering this. My constituents are struggling to see doctors face to face. To see the same doctor twice feels like a miracle in modern Britain today. And my right honourable friend, the Health Secretary, is trying to sort this out, but it's going to take a long time. We need to make sure that we sort out our buckling health service, support palliative care, and make sure, yes, that we discuss what a good death is. A good death that Cicely Saunders triumphed and campaigned to make sure we had one of the best hospice movements in the world to deliver. If you have any doubt in your mind about this bill impacting on people who do not have the capacity, who aren't the people in the TV and radio studios talking about it, those in my constituency who have poor English, or the woman who came to see me only a month ago with terrible pain from a gallbladder, a simple day operation, but she didn't understand what the doctor had told her. She wasn't sure, she wasn't going to have it out because she didn't know what it meant to be without a gallbladder. If somebody who is English, in her 60s, able to speak, a bright woman, but unable to challenge and have that conversation with the doctor, just think what this could mean if this bill passed today for many more vulnerable people. Madam Deputy Speaker, I thank the House for its indulgence.
Sir Edward Lee.
I pay tribute to the Honourable Lady, and I want to follow her in talking about palliative care. And I want to start by reading an email that was sent by a personal friend and a constituent to me only yesterday. I apologise for adding to your thousands of emails you'll be receiving. I just wanted to tell you why I oppose the Right to Die bill. I know you are aware of the experience I had when my husband was dying. In hospital we had a dreadful experience because they had no end-of-life care, and he suffered. Once in the hospice, it was a different story, and he received the loving care he rightly deserved. My argument is that instead of assisted dying, we should be spending much more money on end-of-life care and funding the wonderful hospice movement. Thank you for reading this. And I want to read another letter from a doctor, which I think encapsulates some of the problems that we are encountering in this issue. Only recently, I was giving my condolences to a grieving woman who had lost her husband in the early hours. He'd been given a few small doses of pain relief and mild sedatives over the last few nights for symptoms control, and had passed away peacefully at her side. She asked me in all seriousness, "Doctor, did the nurses give him something to make him die quicker last night?" This was an awful, lingering doubt that she had. I was able to firmly reassure her that no, the medication would not have sped up his passing. For her and the vast majority of other patients, doctors are there to prolong life and palliate symptoms. Were this to change, then we would not be doctors in the eyes of many, but bringers of death, agents of a state which counts its weakest members as expendable and worthy of nothing but an early grave. I do not want to be a member of a profession which has that reputation or role. So those are two witnesses that have written to me, and I have taken an increasing interest in this whole issue about palliative care, and I think that the law, frankly, will he forgive me because I know that so many people want to speak. I just want to develop this argument and then I want to finish. The law is so unclear. I've talked to a number of palliative care specialists, and they say that you can give as much morphine as you want to a patient and you will not kill them. But there's real doubt in the minds of the public, and I think a lot of the impetus around this debate and why people apparently in these opinion polls are supportive of this measure is that they are terrified of dying in pain. But there is no need for this. I repeat that when I talk to consultants, practitioners in palliative care, they say that they can manage pain. But I was very struck by an email which was sent to me again from a constituent, a very touching email, which actually supported this bill on the grounds that when his wife was dying and he was begging the doctor in the National Health Hospital to give her more morphine, he said, if I did that, I would be breaking the law. Now, I can see the Health Secretary sitting there. I really think that if we are going to have a serious debate about this, we really do need to have something equivalent to a Royal Commission to actually determine what doctors can or cannot do. And it is absolutely essential that we really reassure the public, and there is tremendous interest in this, and there's huge doubt, and many people are conflicted, and we've heard many moving stories about people's fear of dying in agony. But until we clear this up, I don't think that we can make the progress that this issue deserves. So, yes, we have to fund our hospice movement seriously. It is very worrying that we're going to fund the NHS to fund death, but we're not adequately funding our hospice movement. So before we take this momentous decision today, and I think we've got to be realistic about it, if this bill was to pass at 2:30, that would be it. I don't personally believe that a private member's bill, which only has 5 hours of debate and many members of Parliament will not be given time to speak, I don't think a private member's bill is the right mechanism. Now, in the last Parliament, I know that this was a very different issue, but we were discussing a subject we all know about. In the last Parliament, we had hundreds of hours of debate, questions, scores of civil servants were crawling over the issue. Surely this is even more important. Surely we should have had more than just 2 or 3 weeks to consider this bill. We should actually be looking at the detail. The devil is in the detail in terms of possible coercion and the facilities available to the hospice movement, the issues that I've talked about, the law which is unclear about how you can or cannot relieve pain. Can we just not pause a moment? And really those are the practical points I want to make. This is so important. The future of so many vulnerable people are at stake. And I really was very struck by the comment which was made earlier from those benches that we can't consider this just in terms of individual hard cases, but in terms of society as a whole. What sort of society are we? Are we a society that loves our NHS, that loves life, that loves caring, that loves the hospice movement? Or are we a society which believes that there is despair? So I will be voting for hope at 2:30, and I will be voting against this bill.
Dr. Peter Prinsley.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I asked the ENT nurse I've worked with for 20 years about assisted dying. She said it's an essential change, no doubt in her mind. Like me, she's seen the unbearable distress that some head and neck cancer cause. And she knows of the very difficult deaths of some of our patients, despite excellent palliative care. This is the experience which has changed my mind. When I was a young doctor, I thought it unconscionable, but now I'm an old doctor, and I feel sure it's the right change. I have seen uncontrollable pain, choking, and I'm sorry to say, the frightful sight of a man bleeding to death whilst conscious as a cancer has eaten away at the carotid artery. This is called a carotid blowout. I know the terrifying loss of dignity and control in the last days of life. I'm speaking here of people who are dying, not people living well who have chronic or terminal diseases. We're talking here of people at the end of their lives, wishing to choose the time and place to die. This is not some slippery slope. We are shortening death, not life, for our patients. This is not life or death. This is death or death. Coercion and manipulation have been spoken about and are no doubt feared. But I think the danger of no change to the law is a greater fear for those who are dying and wish to have choice. The very real fear of loss of dignity and control are at the heart of it. Do not underestimate this. There are strict safeguards in this tightly written bill, and I fervently hope there will be the opportunity to refine these as the bill progresses.
Will you give way on that point?
Sure.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. Assisted dying is already occurring in unregulated ways, with up to 650 terminally ill people taking their own lives each year, often in traumatic circumstances, causing additional pain for their loved ones. This bill promotes freedom of choice at the end of life in a controlled and regulated manner. Does my honourable friend agree that legal assisted dying would provide essential safeguards where there currently are none?
I thank my honourable friend for that really timely intervention. Some may say we do not have the resources to introduce this change. And many may say we must invest in palliative care, which of course we must. But I see assisted dying as complementary, not alternative to palliative care. Sure.
Thank you so much to my honourable friend for making way. And he spoke earlier about coercion, very briefly, and the very well-held fears that many of us have in this House about the risk of coercion, particularly to vulnerable people. I wonder what my honourable friend makes of the fact that in Washington State, where the relevant law is restricted to terminally ill people like this law, last year 59% of those who went through with an assisted death did so because they feared being a burden to, I quote, family, friends or caregivers. And in Oregon, the figure was 43% last year.
Well, I thank my honourable friend for that intervention, and I respect her report of the statistics, about which I have no further information. Mr. Speaker, colleagues know the gravity of the law we are discussing and might feel the moral weight of such a change is simply too great to bear. They may fear that our wisdom is insufficient, but I urge us to be brave today and allow this bill to progress in the new Parliament. Finally, a prison chaplain told me only this week of a gentle old man he met in prison, serving life for agreeing against every instinct in a last act of love to suffocate his wife, who was dying in uncontrollable agony. We are a compassionate people, and we can do much better than this. Thank you.
colleagues will realise we only have a few hours to go. Without absolute speaking limits, if colleagues could keep their contributions to shy of 5 minutes, I'll do my best to get as many people in as possible. I call Tim Farron.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The motives of those proposing this bill are grounded in compassion. And in the heat of this debate, I want to seriously acknowledge this, particularly in the person of the Honourable Member for Spen Valley, who has conducted herself with great dignity throughout this. Neither side has a monopoly on compassion. I personally will always be affected by watching my mum suffer at her death at the age I am now. So let us not think badly of one another's motives. Let us instead be courteous and let us be curious. My opposition to this bill is grounded in compassion. To legalise assisted dying is to create the space for coercion. That will undoubtedly see people die who would not otherwise have chosen to do so. There are no safeguards in this bill that will prevent this. Indeed, to be fair, I better not. To be fair, none would be possible, even if we weren't going through this hasty process. First, there is the risk of self-coercion. Many of us will have had older relatives who've uttered words similar to, "I am a burden to you, you'd be better off without me." So we know, don't we, all of us, reasonably, instinctively, that people will present, make it as making a sovereign choice, but it will be a choice born out of coercion. Unless there is a clause in this bill that I've missed to employ mind readers, then of course no amount of doctors, safeguards or bureaucratic mechanisms will prevent those who self-coerce from opting to die simply because they assume that no matter what their loved ones say, everyone will be better off if they were dead. To add to the stats that we just heard from the Honourable Member just a moment ago, in Canada we know that more than 1 in 3 people opting for assisted dying gave the reason for choosing to die that they felt they were a burden on others. Honestly, I don't see we need any other discussion to push us into the no lobby than that clear evidence from where it's legal elsewhere. Secondly, there is coercive control, also being touched upon. In this Parliament, in the last Parliament I should say, we passed groundbreaking and long overdue legislation on domestic violence. As society's understanding of this often hidden evil has developed, our eyes have been opened to one horrific factor in particular, that of insidious, manipulative, coercive control. Thousands of people have been and are today victims of those who seek to manipulate their will, take over their lives and coerce them into believing that the perpetrator's will is actually their will. We know, all of us, through our constituency casework of people who have been victims. One common theme is that victims often did not realise that they were being controlled until long, long afterwards. It can take years for the penny to drop. I do not need to spell it out then, do I, that those coerced into choosing assisted dying, for them, that penny will never drop. They will no longer be with us. And third, people will choose assisted dying because of their pain when they wouldn't do if their pain was properly managed. Here is where the evidence from other countries becomes truly disturbing. In fact, terrifying. The countries in Europe without assisted dying increased palliative care investment in the last decade by more than 3 times more than those who had legalised it. In the United States, those states without assisted dying saw an increase in the size of their palliative care teams that was also 3 times greater than the increase in those US states that had legalised it. This is clearly no accident, no coincidence. Indeed, the group that has contacted me most vociferously against this bill have been palliative care doctors.
Will the Honourable Member give way?
I'm happy to give way.
I thank the Honourable Member for giving way, and we're having this discussion today, and I have to pay tribute to the Honourable Lady for the way in which she's conducted this, but we're having this discussion in a sense that almost implies that palliative care right across the UK is of the same excellent standard everywhere, and I have to inform the House that it is not, and it is of deep regret that that is the case. I also want to say that I feel that I cannot stand by this today because there are many vulnerable, marginalised people that will be impacted by this. I want to support life, I want to affirm life, and I also want to do that with dignity.
I do thank my honourable friend for her very important and powerful intervention. Those palliative care doctors who've been in touch with me know that to opt for legalised assisted dying is to opt inevitably to divert resources away from palliative care. That is the evidence. I spoke to one of those palliative care doctors this week. She works in a hospice. She said, the only patients I care for are those who are dying. All of us know what's coming. Assisted dying means a shift of focus away from helping people to live in dignity and comfort towards simply helping people to die. And then, Madam Deputy Speaker, it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy, because let's not kid ourselves, palliative care is a postcode lottery in this country, especially for the poor, especially for the old. If the motivation of those who choose assisted dying is to end their pain, you can be certain, and I mean absolutely certain, that those NHS trusts with the weakest palliative care offer will be those with the highest incidence of people choosing to die. In other words, it was not really their choice at all. An observation made to me by one senior oncologist just last week was that there are fewer, more stressful situations in a person's life than to be given a terminal diagnosis. I remember being with my mum as she was given hers. To be told you are going to die. She then, the oncologist in question, explained that amongst terminally ill people, there is a vast amount of severe but undiagnosed depression and psychological illness, similar but distinct from the danger of self-coercion. There is nothing in this bill to safeguard against people who suffer like this from choosing to die before their time. Yet in so many cases, it will actually be people's mental health leading them to choose to die, and not mainly their physical condition. We simply cannot be all right with this, because here we are, on the precipice of agreeing to sanction and support the deaths of people in despair. A society has chosen a dystopian and contagious path if it chooses to facilitate the death of those who have a terminal illness rather than standing with them, weeping with them, valuing them and loving them against the desolation that any of us would feel if we were given a diagnosis of that sort. No wonder that the government's own suicide prevention advisor is strongly opposed to this bill. So finally, while I totally respect many of my colleagues in our corner of the House, my fellow Liberals, will take a different view, I am opposed to this bill because I am a Liberal. Libertarians believe that personal liberty is so important that there can be no fetters upon it. But I'm a Liberal, not a Libertarian. I believe that freedom is essential, that the rights of the individual underpin a decent society, but that my rights must be held in check if they nullify your rights. Since we know, and we really do know, that to legalise assisted dying is to permit people to die who will self-coerce, to permit people to die as a consequence of manipulative coercive control, to permit people to die outrageously, not because of a real sovereign choice, but because of a heartbreaking Hobson's choice due to inadequate palliative care, then I have no right to impose that ultimate and most appalling constraint on the freedom of the most vulnerable people in our society. So I urge all of us to stand in defence of those most vulnerable people, to defiantly defend their liberty, to make a renewed commitment to world-class palliative care and to human dignity, and to reject this bill.
Please, through consideration to colleagues, shy of 5 minutes, please. Marie Tidball.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Today's decision has been one of the hardest that I've had to make. In my career in disability law and policy, I chose not to focus on debates about whether disabled people should be born or whether we should die. Instead, I focused on enabling disabled people to live better, more fulfilling lives. Today, I find myself voting in a way that I thought I never would. I will be voting in favour of moving the bill to the next stage of the legislative process. That has been a difficult journey for me. I've arrived here by looking at the evidence, reflecting on my own lived experience and listening to the many constituents who've written to me in support of the bill, sharing their compelling and tragic stories of death. Death which didn't come with dignity or respect. In reflecting on my own life, one moment from my childhood stood out. When I was 6 years old, I had major surgery on my hips. I was in body plaster from my chest to my ankles, in so much pain and requiring so much morphine that my skin began to itch. I remember vividly laying in a hospital bed in Sheffield Children's Hospital and saying to my parents, "I want to die. Please let me die." I needed to escape from that body that I was inhabiting. That moment has come back to me all these years later. That moment made it clear to me that if this bill was about intolerable suffering, I would not be voting for it. I have subsequently had a good life, a fulfilling life, a life where I've worked towards ensuring disabled people are valued by our society. But that moment also gave me a glimpse of how I would want to live my death, just as I've lived my life, empowered by choices available to me, living that death with the dignity and respect and having the comfort of knowing that I might have control over that very difficult time. For so often, control is taken away from disabled people in all sorts of circumstances. In order to ensure that there's compassionate choice at the end of life, it is right that this bill is tightly drawn around the final stage of terminal illness for adults and includes the strongest safeguards. The choice of assisted dying as one option for adults when facing 6 months terminal illness must be set alongside the choice of receiving the best possible palliative and end-of-life care, or it is no choice at all. Having analysed the bill closely, therefore, there are changes that I would want to see at committee stage to strengthen those options and ensure that the way that choice is presented by medical practitioners is always in the round. People deserve dignity in death, and for those who do not choose to end their lives in this way, they and their loved ones should feel reassured and safe in the knowledge they will receive the very best of care. I'd also want to ensure the final stages of this bill properly define dishonesty, coercion and pressure. I think it's necessary to embed mandatory language in the bill around the need for a code of practice on palliative care, as well as improving the regulations on training for medical practitioners. I trust my friend, the member for Spen Valley, to champion these amendments and continue to diligently to listen to members as she has done throughout this process. However people vote in this House today, a decision of conscience, it is incumbent on all of us to commit to improve palliative end-of-life and adult social care. It must be the start of the work that we do in this place to ensure the very highest standards in these areas. That will be a very great legacy indeed, giving people the dignity they need in that moment of death. For many of us across the chamber, considering these issues has been extremely hard and upsetting. We've had to go to the very depths of ourselves to understand what choice we would make today. Whilst we may enter different voting lobbies, we leave this chamber shoulder to shoulder, and I know we will all work in our own ways to make systemic change to improve the lives of our constituents and people up and down this country.
Very considerate 5 minutes. Thank you. David Davis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'll try and keep it brief, and I'm going to stick to some extent, procedure. It must be one of the most painful decisions for most of the members of this House, the one that we're taking today. It certainly is for me. And I'm somebody who has changed their position. I'm a believer in the sanctity of life, but I'm also an antagonist to torture and misery at the end of life. And so, accordingly, I'm intending to vote for second reading. And I say to those who've made procedural comments in this, second reading is a point of principle, not a point of conclusion. And I'll come back to that in a second. And I've done that because since the scandal of Dr. Shipman and the murders that he carried out, the behaviour of the health service has changed, and I have witnessed, with constituents in particular, any number of people who have died slowly and in agony beyond the reach of palliative care. And the Honourable Gentleman for Bury St Edmunds, I think, exemplified that brilliantly. But beyond the reach of palliative care. So no matter how well we do this, we cannot fix that problem. Secondly, and I'm going to disagree with my right honourable friend for Hampshire North West, in saying to him, it's not insulting to the other people who've tried this already to critique what they have done. We have the example of a very wide range of outcomes to people who have other countries that have tried this. And if I thought the outcome, and if I think at third reading that the outcome we are heading towards is Belgium, I'll vote against. If I think it's Canada, I'll probably vote against. If it's Australia, I'll vote in favour. And that's what the next stage of this process is about. Now, this bill has got, and I'll say to both the sponsors, that it's got a number of areas they know that I think they have to put right. About a dozen, in truth.
I'll pick one because no, I'm afraid not. 5 minutes. Huh? I'll pick one because it's technical and awkward. Section 4.2, I think it is, of the bill appears to give doctors the right to initiate this process. Well, after the DNR scandal during the COVID crisis, I don't want that at any price. I do not want the state initiating this process. So that is a critical thing for me. So I'm making the point really that the decision on second reading is on principle, not on outcome. Now the Honourable Lady has said she's going to work very hard to make committee work, and I'm sure she will, and she may succeed. But I want to say this to the government. I understand perfectly well that they're trying to maintain a route of strict neutrality, but there is a distinction here between neutrality and responsibility. And I think they need to focus on the issue of responsibility. This bill is more important than most of the bills in your manifesto. And I'm not trying to be rude. It's more people in the dog and duck, or there's the Honourable Member Clacton here. He got mobbed over breakfast, people talking about this. More people care about this than they care about most other things we're doing. So it deserves 4 days in report stage, in government time, over the course of several weeks. We don't need a Royal Commission. This House can do this, but it needs to be given the option to do it. So I say to the government, the path of responsibility is give us the time to get this right. And if we get it right, it'll be one of the things we can be proudest of in the coming years until we eventually leave this place. So I reiterate, I want this bill to succeed. It's more important than most bills we handle. It can't be dealt with in 5 hours and a few hours in committee, so I'm going to vote for it today, but I want the government to help me be able to vote for a good bill at the end of this.
Please face the speaker so we can pick it up on the microphone. Anna Dixon.
Deputy Speaker, and I am honoured to have been called in this debate. It's been particularly moving to hear contributions from across the House. The feelings for me have been particularly raw as I've witnessed my close friend Sharon dying of cancer over the last few months at just aged 55. She had good access to palliative and hospice care, died at home with her sister and niece. But even with this support, her final days were difficult, and her sister wrote to me. She was highly distressed. Every day she said she'd had enough and wanted to die. It was very undignified for her, and it was heartbreaking to observe, but be powerless to help. Each story that we hear of loss and grief is unique. As legislators, we must consider everyone who will be affected, both directly and indirectly, by a change in the law. The public and the courts are rightly looking to Parliament to answer the question of whether physician-assisted suicide should be a legal option. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is incumbent on us as parliamentarians to do the job properly. I, like many other members, have spent the past weeks listening to constituents, professionals in my Shipley constituency and experts in this place, and I have read many numerous reports and articles. As well as the moral and ethical dilemmas, there are many complex legal and practical considerations that need careful examination. And I take a different view from the Right Honourable Member for Pooland who's just spoken. I do also welcome the reassurances from the Honourable Member for Spen Valley and her commitment that the Bill Committee should take evidence, but I am not confident that a private member's bill process will be able to adequately address them, and that is why I co-sponsored the cross-party amendment led by my colleague, the Honourable Member for Runnymede and Weybridge, to call for an independent review, a systematic public consultation on these legal changes, and an independent assessment of the provision of palliative care. With a background in health and social care, Madam Deputy Speaker, and specifically ageing, I'm particularly mindful of the context of this bill, and I'd just like to make 3 very brief observations that concern me. Inequalities in access to palliative and end-of-life care, we've heard that many times. Some 100,000 people, according to Hospice UK, die each year who could benefit from end-of-life care who don't receive it, and those who are non-white and from lower socioeconomic backgrounds are less likely to get care. So unless terminally ill people are confident of access to high-quality end-of-life care, how can they make an informed choice about assisted dying? I believe that investment in palliative care must come before a change in the law is implemented. Second point is the failure to reform social care. Some people have to spend their life savings, including the value of their homes, on care.
and much of the responsibility for providing care falls to family members who fill the gap. Older and disabled people with a terminal illness may feel an unspoken pressure to go down the route of assisted dying, to protect their inheritance, or because they don't want to be a burden. And there is a real direct risk of coercion. Annually, there are 400,000 cases of domestic abuse against older people in England and Wales. My third concern is the NHS is on its knees, as outlined in the Darcy report. An impact assessment is needed to fully understand the cost of implementation to the NHS. Do we have the doctors? What additional training is required? What is the opportunity cost of the necessary but lengthy process of establishing consent, capacity and absence of coercion? Without this, we risk making dying legal, but find it only available to those who can pay. So, Madam Deputy, I want to conclude respect to the fact that many colleagues want to speak. I recognise that people can benefit from a potential change in the law. People like my friend Sharon, for whom palliative care was unable to relieve her suffering. However, there are also many who could be put at risk by a change in the law. Other direct and indirect costs and consequences that need to be weighed up. I believe we should adopt the precautionary principle in this case. Without a proper public consultation and a detailed examination, I will be unable to support this bill today. Thank you.
Colin Lockhart. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Like many others across the House, I come to this debate with personal experience. Many of us have been at the bedside of a loved one as they have neared the end of their life, and that for me was on the 11th of June 2023 when my dad's earthly journey ended. Terminally ill for 5 years, a painful, aggressive cancer, yet a faith that sustained him and a health service that sought to support, care, comfort and preserve his life. Consultants and medical staff who went over and above to ensure that he got every opportunity to see his family and particularly his grandchildren grow up. Did I want to see my dad suffer? Absolutely not. But equally, those difficult times provided us with an opportunity to care for and express for a love for a person whose life we valued. The root of my conviction is this: life in all its forms is of inherent worth and value. And while I have come to that conclusion partly because of my faith, like everyone across the House, I have listened carefully to the evidence in coming to my conclusion on the danger this bill represents. Each individual person is of extraordinary value, not because of their capacity, their intelligence, their appearance, or for any other reason than they are human. It's right that we should rage against death and suffering and pain as it's not natural, but this bill we are considering takes that rational fear to an irrational and dangerous conclusion. The answer to fear of death or dying badly, or even a desire for a good death, is not logically to legalise a means of bringing about death in a more efficient or sanitised, state-sponsored fashion. Madam Deputy Speaker, we are having the wrong debate today. What we should be debating is how as a society we can improve an individual's end-of-life experience through improved investment in end-of-life and palliative care and the very best medical or hospice facilities. I strongly support efforts to this end towards improving how we provide for those who are suffering in their final months of life, rather than seeking to end their life more quickly than is necessary, as this bill aims to do. Tragically, at the moment, 1 in 4 people do not have access to the care they need at end of life. Many are unable to see their GP and get the pain medication they need as they face their last few months. A broken system, one which the government has pledged to fix, and surely it should be a priority rather than introducing a state service that ends life. We need to debate how to properly fund the healthcare system we have, but this bill halts this and will divert much needed funding for better palliative care into ending life and not preserving it. Madam Deputy Speaker, in summing up, the bill before us
undermines the foundation upon which our NHS is built to preserve and to protect life. It's not about individual pain, it's about a societal change that ends and devalues life. It puts the lives of marginalised and vulnerable people across our communities at risk with wholly inadequate safeguards against coercion. It will, as has been the case in every country where such legislation has been introduced, see the rapid expansion of eligibility of criteria. It can't protect against the unreliability of a terminal diagnosis. It doesn't guarantee a good death when you look at the complications associated with the drugs used in places such as Oregon. Death is final. Madam Deputy Speaker, today I have stood up for what is right, told the truth and warned of the dangers of this rushed and ill-thought-out bill. I would urge the same honesty from those who support it. This is not the answer to end-of-life care, and that's why I and my DUP colleagues will be voting against the bill today.
Hopkins.
I'm very glad to have the opportunity to speak in this hugely significant debate today and to support my honourable friend, the member for Spend Valley, as a co-sponsor of this bill in support of choice at the end of life. I've spoken many times about assisted dying and the desperate need for reform to the law since I came into this place 5 years ago, and I believe this bill today is a landmark opportunity to change the status quo once and for all, so that mentally competent, terminally ill adults have the right to choose a peaceful, safe and compassionate death. We hold a responsibility in this place to legislate for all people across the United Kingdom, for society, and the overwhelming opinion of the public is clear. A poll conducted earlier this year found that 75% of people would support a change in the law to make it legal for terminally ill adults to access assisted dying in the UK. The current blanket ban on assisted dying forces terminally ill people to suffer against their will as they near the end of their life, while loved ones watch on helplessly. Some choose to avoid this fate to seek assisted death abroad, but that comes at a substantial cost of around £15,000 to travel to Switzerland for that purpose, which highlights the systemic inequality where only those with the financial means have access to a choice over the timing and manner of their death. I will continue, I'm afraid. As a humanist, I believe we have but one life and that we should live it well and make it meaningful. I believe that individuals should have autonomy in life and similarly at the end of life. I also believe that every person should have agency and the right to die with dignity and a safe and painless death on their own terms, subject, of course, to strong safeguards. And I believe the bill has stringent safeguards. And whilst my humanist beliefs have contributed to my view, personal experience when young sparked my initial questions around the manner in which our life ends. My grandfather, Harold Hopkins, was an optical physicist and is remembered as one of the most innovative scientists of modern times. Many of his inventions are in daily use throughout the world, including zoom lenses, coherent fibre optics and rod lens endoscopes, which revolutionised modern keyhole surgery. But unfortunately, he was immune to the grip of cruel terminal illness, and my grandfather sadly suffered greatly in the final weeks of his life while battling prostate and secondary cancers. Rendered blind during his final days, which was a cruel irony for a man who did so much to advance optics. But actually it was the haunted look on my father's face when he arrived home, having spent the final few days with Harold in terrible pain and suffering before he finally died, that had a lasting impression on me. And that surely, in a modern society, if we are able to live a good life, we must be able to have a good death. Yeah. But my grandfather is one of many who has faced this fate, and I have had many constituents write to me and other families who have spoken to me, many here today, who share their own stories, watching their loved ones die in unnecessary pain and indignity. And while many have raised concerns around the need for better funded and supported palliative care services in our country, I reiterate the point made that this bill does not represent an either-or proposal. Yeah. So as my honourable friend, the member for Spen Valley, has said over the last few weeks, this legislation at its core is not about ending life, but about shortening death. This is fundamentally an issue of dignity, compassion and humanity, and I would encourage all members across the House to use their power as an elected representative today to alleviate the needless pain of thousands of individuals and their families and ensure we take the first step towards providing choice at the end of life by legalising assisted dying.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. To discuss matters of life and death is to recognise the gravity of one's role as a Member of Parliament. The bill before us seeks to shorten the suffering of the terminally ill, those with just 6 months to live, no one else. For too many, death is not a singular moment but an excruciating journey of terror and agony as your body turns on you. But arguments that we must wait for palliative care to improve in our country are a logical fallacy. This bill does not prevent us improving our palliative care system, and contrary to what has been said today in this chamber, in evidence to the Health and Social Committee inquiry, Hospice UK said it would be totally inappropriate for us to suggest or even imply that hospice and palliative care services can somehow address pain in all circumstances. Imagine a situation where you have cancer that day by day is breaking every individual vertebrae on your body, one by one. There is nothing that can take away the pain, and that is the situation in which my mother lost her life. Her last words, "But I cannot go on like this." And thankfully for her, there were only a few more days of pain. But for others, there are months, and before they get to that 6 months, they will have suffered from years of excruciating agony that palliative care cannot resolve. But yes, we must improve it, and I will fight for those. Arguments that this is the beginning of a slippery slope is not reflected in the majority of legislators, such as Australia and across multiple states in the USA, where they have not been expanded. The Health and Select Committee again told us that where terminal illness was the basis, not suffering as per this bill, the law has not changed. Now, as a Conservative, individual freedom, choice and personal responsibility shape my decision-making until those freedoms cause harm to others. I do not see the role of legislation as being to impose moral convictions. It is our job to protect choice. Now, for those whose religious beliefs drive their arguments today, I will always defend your right to practice your faith and protect your own life choices. But supporting the choice of others does not diminish the principle of compassion. It recognises respect for individual autonomy. But to deny choice to others, especially those with only 6 months to live, where their personal choice does you no harm, is wrong. Now, turning to those concerned about the state mandating powers to decide who can and cannot live, judges already exercise this power. They end lives in far more complicated cases, such as those of children on life support. And on arguments around procedure, we all have to be honest with ourselves. This bill and this legislation has been read far more vociferously than most bills that go through this House. Most bills over the last 20 years have come to Parliament with far less than 14 days to consider. The Police Crime and Sentencing Bill, 6 days to consider 59 pages. Legal Migrants Bill, 6 days to consider far more pages. We have had sight for it for longer than any other bills. And the idea a private member's bill is not appropriate is also wrong. Social reform comes through private members' bills. The abolition of the death penalty, the legalisation of abortion, the decriminalisation of homosexuality, all things I hope this House would unite on. This is the start of a process of debate, and it would be a tragedy if it was defeated today. And trust me when I say that I learnt early in my career that when you hear promises that things will come later, this is a promise that no action will come at all. The High Court made clear to my constituent Phil Newby, who has motor neuron disease, when he went to the High Court, that we must make this decision. For us to shy away from it, from those considering to abstain because it is so difficult, and I recognise it is difficult, we must not do so. So I ask colleagues to vote for this bill, to allow a long legislative process to proceed, and together to commit to shortening the suffering of those who are terminally ill in our society, because they deserve that choice.
Let's Hamilton.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to congratulate the member for Spen Valley for the way she conducted this debate. I worked in the NHS as a district nurse for 25 years, working with many terminally ill people. I saw the whole range of human emotions in that time, from the joy to grief, everything you can imagine. I'm also a mum, a daughter, a sister, a wife, and a grandmother. I know how crushing it can be when someone you love is terribly ill, and how helpless this can make families feel. It is completely understandable that some would want to feel like they are regaining some control over their circumstances by pursuing an assisted death. But Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill is not the answer. I simply do not trust that this bill can be implemented ethically and or safely. There are too many blind spots, and it is being rushed through too quickly and too little scrutiny. It will place enormous pressure on disabled, elderly and poor people to opt for ending their lives, so not to be a burden on their loved ones. The bill would also not do anything concrete to uplift the hospice and palliative care sectors. All we have had is promises. According to the bill, the Secretary of State must ensure that assisted suicide is available. There is no accompanying duty to provide palliative or hospice care to everyone that needs it, leaving these essential services heavily dependent on donations and charity. This, Madam Deputy Speaker, is simply unacceptable. The exercise of either coercion or pressure prohibited by the bill is difficult, perhaps even impossible to detect. Families and personal circumstances are complicated. It would take an enormous amount of resources to make this system robust enough to entrust the lives of our loved ones to. The bill allows doctors to propose assisted dying to patients. Some of the worst Canadian abuses have originated this way. For example, a 51-year-old Canadian cancer patient was notoriously offered death instead of surgery. Even though our proposed system has its differences, this is still a risk I am not willing to take. The current law presents us with a clear boundary that can never be crossed. It avoids all slippery slopes with no room for error. Legislation of assisted suicide would replace this with an arbitrary boundary that is rife for misunderstanding, error, and at worst, abuse. And remember, this is all happening in the context of an NHS run into the ground by 14 years of Tory austerity, and the government simply hasn't had the time to rectify yet. It is not a fair choice because of this. Madam Deputy Speaker, I will therefore be voting against this bill and will continue to push for improvements to palliative and hospice care. This is the only way to ensure that no one is left behind from any community. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I've only known one person well that committed suicide, my former professor. He was, I learned after he died, haunted by imagined demons for most of his life, and in the late part of his life, hounded by heartless humans. But I'm sure that if assisted suicide had been available to him, he would have died much earlier. After those demons first visited him, he had a loving wife and 3 daughters. He had moments of joy, though most of his life was punctuated by pain. I'm just as sure, because I knew him well, if a vote today, he'd be voting against this bill. For all our lives are a mix of sorrow and joy, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I'm not going to amplify the arguments about process, although I think it is immensely naive to assume this bill can be changed substantially in committee.
As a shadow minister and minister for 19 years, I oversaw many bills in committee, and I know what committees do. They calibrate legislation, they refine legislation, they improve legislation, but they don't fundamentally alter the intent of that legislation voted upon at second reading. I'm not either going to talk too much about what happens in other jurisdictions, except to say that it is certainly true that every case that assisted dying has been, every case that has been introduced, is expanded, not always by subsequent legislation, but often by judicial interpretation. And the idea that we should put this charming but rather naive faith in the judiciary to make these decisions subsequent to this House passing legislation is just that, innocent, and that's the best way I can describe it. What I am going to talk about is simply this. This bill changes the relationship between clinicians and patients forever. It says to the NHS, your job is not only to protect and preserve life, it is sometimes to take life. I'm not prepared for our NHS to be changed in that way. And beyond that, it changes society's view of what life and death is all about. This isn't just about individual choices, as has been said by a number of honourable members in interventions and speeches. It's about a collective, a communal view about how we see the essence of life and death. And the final thing I'd like to say, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that we can have this debate in this civilised way we have in this place. It's very different out there on the mean streets, isn't it? And each and every one of us know it. There are many cruel and spiteful and ruthless and unkind people in the world, and there are many vulnerable and frail people. And when those two collide, it's not a good outcome for the second of those groups. And I fear this bill. I'm going to vote against this bill because I'm going to vote for what a politician in another place once called the audacity of hope. I hope that we can improve palliative care. Hope that we can do better. And I fear for those disabled and vulnerable people that the provisions of this bill, regardless of the good intentions of advocates, will fan the flames of fear.
Richards.
Chair, I've really welcomed the contributions from all sides of the House on this debate. This is Parliament at its best. I support this bill, and I'm proud to co-sponsor this bill. We will have all received emails from constituents with harrowing stories of agonising final days and weeks suffered by loved ones. I have no doubt that they will weigh heavily on each of us, however we vote later today. Fundamentally, I believe that if we are able to safely offer peace and empowerment to those at the end of their life, then we have a moral imperative to do so. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, we are lawmakers, and I also fundamentally support this change because our current legal framework is simply not fit for purpose. Our criminal law is a mess. 4 former Director of Public Prosecutions have told us that they need change. This is pretty unprecedented. When 4 former Director of Public Prosecutions, the people who make the decisions, the sole people who make the decisions as the prosecutions in this case, are urging Parliament to take action. In 2014, the Supreme Court, in the judgment in Nicholson, urged Parliament to take action because the law was not working in this area. And the law is chaotic because as to how it relates to this argument around coercion. If we vote this legislation down, if it falls today, do not think that vulnerable people at the end of their lives will not be subject to coercion this weekend and over the coming weeks. The police will investigate. A coroner will undertake an inquest into the circumstances of any suicide at the end of life. A prosecution may begin. But all these authorities, all these processes would have happened after the individual had died. This bill shifts the emphasis on such an inquiry to before the event, more logical, more rational, more humane. And let me quickly deal with the procedural arguments, because a private member's bill, as has been mentioned by my right honourable friend for Rutland and Stamford, was sufficient to reform our abortion laws, abolish the death penalty, to change our divorce regime. And in 2015, when this issue was last before the House, it was good enough then. I've read every single word of that debate. There was not a single word of opposition to this being the mechanism for such change. Since then, since 2015, we've had further select committee reports, more evidence from around the world as other jurisdictions move in this direction. One begins to wonder whether opponents to change are grasping at procedural straws rather than taking on the principle as we should at second reading. Madam Deputy Speaker, I appreciate that this decision is difficult for colleagues and I respect views on all sides of the state. But these moments do not come around often. I urge colleagues, seize the moment, shape the world around us and provide for compassion.
Yeah. Sir Julian Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In the past, I have voted against this type of measure for one overriding reason, namely the impracticability of effective safeguards. Even if I have always felt practical safeguards could be erected against external coercion, there was no prospect whatsoever of having effective safeguards against internal pressures on someone to request assisted dying or even euthanasia. For example, as we've heard, an elderly person in a care home, knowing that the legacy they could bequeath to their children was being reduced by tens of thousands of pounds every few weeks, would be highly likely to feel obliged to ask to die. And I can't conceive of any safeguard against self-sacrifice of this sort, whether for financial reasons or in order no longer to be a burden on one's nearest and dearest relatives and friends. However, there's an additional point I wish to inject into the debate, because in my opinion, the key to this dreadfully difficult conundrum about end-of-life care, pain, and the possibility of assisted dying lies, or should lie, in the ability of medical personnel to administer effective pain relief even if it shortens the patient's remaining time. In my view, there should be no bar on the use of pain-killing medication if that's the only way to ease human suffering, even if it leads to speedier death. Hence the frequent references to putting dying people on an appropriate pathway. It was therefore most alarming to me to read a very important paragraph in a letter sent to me in favour of changing the law and voting for this bill by my constituent, the distinguished broadcaster Dame Esther Ransom, in which she explained that doctors no longer feel able to follow this humane course of action since the atrocious Harold Shipman case, which was briefly alluded to by my right honourable friend Fagul and Pocklington. Now, if there has been such a change in regulations as Dame Esther believes, I think it's imperative that it should be reversed, and this is something positive which could come out of the imminent debate. Another thing that has been touched on more than once is the uncertainty and the postcode lottery surrounding effective palliative care. Dame Esther's view is that there are some people who have some conditions for whom palliative care never can be effective. Other people express the view that there is always a way in which pain-killing medication can be used in order to prevent suffering, but I suspect the answer to this riddle lies in the fact that that pain-killing care in some cases might lead to a shortening of life. Therefore, I conclude that there are three issues that should be in our minds. Can safeguards be effective? My answer to that, I'm sorry to say, is still no. Can pain be alleviated sufficiently by palliative care? I think the balance of the argument is in favour of saying probably yes, but it's too uneven across the country and would certainly need the sort of investment that would be necessary to set up a system that would work for assisted dying. But above all, have doctors the freedom to administer pain relief which may shorten life. We need to know the answer to that last question, because if since Shipman they've been prevented from taking such merciful measures, then that is a classic case of hard cases making bad law. Doctors need to be able humanely to ease people on their last journey, and the country needs to know where the medical profession stands on that central matter to this debate.
Salto.
Madam Deputy Speaker, after spending almost a decade working to protect women and children from harm, my focus with any piece of legislation is the potential it creates for abuse and coercion. And whilst I would have once been supportive of the principle of assisted dying, and might wish this option for myself, I have increasingly found myself unable to reconcile my desire to safeguard the most vulnerable with putting that principle into practice. I am concerned that if this bill passes, we will see people coerced, either by an abuser or by societal expectations, into ending their own lives. We don't want to think about it, but abuse surrounds us. 2.3 million victims of domestic abuse in the last year. 1 in 6 older people experience abuse. The definition of coercive and controlling behaviour includes behaviour which repeatedly puts someone down, telling them they are worthless. Victims describe this as a drip-drip effect, and it goes unnoticed, not just because we don't want to think about it, because it's hard for professionals to identify it without proper training and a lack of specialist support. There is no mandatory training for judges on coercive and controlling behaviour, nor is there effective training for medical professionals. 50% of healthcare professionals in a 2019 survey said they did not feel they had received adequate training to identify a victim of domestic abuse. And it's also hard for victims themselves to realise that they are being coerced until they have got free. We know that older people, and especially those who are disabled, are particularly susceptible to abuse by a family member and less likely to be able to escape their abusers. And those who are coerced are often isolated from friends and family. So if you are not required to tell friends or family if you're opting for assisted dying, who will raise the alarm? How would you report your concerns? Will judges be able to investigate the police records of those around the person who is requesting the assisted dying, family or carers? I will always remember a conversation I had with a hospital-based independent domestic violence advisor who was called to the bed of a lady in her 80s in her last days living with cancer. The lady disclosed the facts to the IDFA that she had been abused by her partner of 50 years and said, "Thank you. I've never told anyone before, but now I am finally free to die, and I'm grateful for this release." We know from the Moncton report that a third of female suicides could be linked to domestic abuse, and from the Killed Women campaign that it could be as many as 130 women each year who are murdered by a partner or relative but have their deaths recorded as suicide or an accident. Every week we hear of family court judges who fail to spot coercive and controlling behaviour. In one case, a judge found that repeatedly calling his partner worthless, calling on her to die, the purpose was not controlling conduct. And where is the discussion of gender in this? Out of 60 documented cases of euthanasia and assisted dying for anorexia across this world, 100% were for women. I have come to the view that no bill, however drafted, could adequately sift those with a genuine desire to end their own life from those doing it for all the wrong reasons. And for this reason, I'm voting against.
Sean Berry.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and to everyone who's spoken so far, it's been a really respectful debate. And I don't think any of us here haven't shed tears at the messages that people have sent in to us from our constituencies this week. I've received so many profoundly moving letters, postcards, emails, messages into my office on this issue from my constituents in Brighton Pavilion. And the amount of people who've told me about their own personal experience of their loved ones facing really hard choices at the end of their lives, it is very moving. This is a big decision for us. Well-informed public opinion shows that a very large majority of people want the option to choose assisted dying in the circumstances envisaged by this bill. And this level of public support reflects that the law as it stands too often forces people to endure horrific deaths. And I've heard so many stories from constituents of the trauma and pain they have witnessed in loved ones. Too many people are affected by the current law in truly painful ways, and too many of those who are able now seek unregulated, distressing and unsafe alternatives. Because there are no legal options here, someone who wishes to end their life at the point when they reach unbearable suffering from a terminal illness may act too soon. They may take their own lives and do so before they reach a point where they require assistance, and in secret, leaving a legacy of shock and confusion instead of peacefully planning an ending to their final few months. Some of the testimony I've seen from family members and partners who face the consequences of these secret decisions are truly heartbreaking, because the current legal situation also makes it a prosecutable offence for anyone to advise or assist someone in this horrible situation in any way at all, putting at risk anyone who even knows. Several people have also raised concerns about coercion with me, and I've listened very hard, and I aim to make a vote today that will better protect people. The member for Rother Valley made very, very well the point that this bill will be a clear improvement in terms of safeguards against potential coercion for terminally ill people compared with the current law. We should all listen to that. Now, like the Honourable Member for Gower, I do have one constructive point to make that I think we should be discussing at the next stages of this bill, which I hope we will vote for, and this is on the time limit, because other jurisdictions do already allow for other time limits, or for terminally ill people with no time limits, or for a separate time limit for a number of well-known specific neurological diseases in which the period of terrible suffering can be much longer than 6 months. We must look at that at the next stage. And like many MPs, I and my colleagues have received many concerns about the availability of palliative care. And I hope we are seeing the start of a much more open conversation about what practical problems people face at the end of their lives, something we are generally not comfortable talking about now in this country, and provision which we don't currently provide for people in anything like an adequate way. We must do better, and like other countries, make sure we see improvements in palliative care at the same time as making this change. Because while we don't have to choose between this bill and better palliative care, we do have to give dying people the right to choose which ending is right for them. So please, please, vote for this bill today.
Lizzie Collins.
Speaker, and I want to thank the House and colleagues across it for the care and consideration that they've given to this debate. If the bill passes second reading today, there will be further lengthy scrutiny. Today, I want to address something that I think is a bit of a misconception about this bill, and that misconception is the idea that for patients taking a decision to die and for doctors assessing capacity, coercion and consent is somehow new. We've heard the term Rubicon. There seems to be an idea that this is a completely new sort of decision, and that this is something unusual and outlying in medical practice. I'd like to challenge that, because actually patients, doctors and indeed High Court judges are already making life and death decisions every day. And as the member for Bury St Edmunds said, in this case we're actually talking about death or death decisions. But let's take the example of withdrawal of treatment. One of my close family members, who actually would not be covered by the eligibility criteria within this bill, starved herself to death through withdrawal of treatment. She'd been unwell for many decades with a condition that would have eventually killed her, at one point becoming unable to swallow. She'd for many years relied on artificial nutrition, and when the type of artificial nutrition she needed changed to a more invasive process, she said, enough's enough. And as a mentally competent adult, under the current law, she was able to take that decision. People are already legally able to die early through withdrawal of treatment. Now, I emphasise, she would not have been eligible under the criteria of this bill, and I've got no idea what she would have chosen if she did have a choice. But the fact remains that her capacity was assessed by a doctor and she was allowed under current law to die early. The BMA has told us that they regularly assess for capacity, coercion and consent, for example in abortion care, and as in the example of my relative, dying through withdrawal of treatment. This bill and the safeguards it puts in place actually give a stronger framework of protection than the existing law. In this bill, 2 doctors have to test for capacity, coercion and consent. That has to be reviewed by a High Court judge. And there are pauses for reflection built into the process. And if it does get to the point of an assisted death, the patient themselves must administer the approved substance. Let's be clear about who this bill is for. The eligibility criteria are extremely narrow, and some have argued they are too narrow. This bill is for mentally competent adults who are nearing the end of their lives. They are dying, and they are dying soon. Now, many people with a terminal illness will have a perfectly ordinary death, managed perfectly well by palliative care. But we've heard in recent weeks, and in over many years in fact, about the people who do need this bill. The people for whom even the best palliative care simply doesn't work. The people for whom the option, merely the option of an assisted death, gives them peace and comfort and a chance to enjoy the rest of their life without fearing the manner of their death. And with the safeguards contained within this bill, who are we to deny them that peace? Who are we to decide what they must bear as they die? We have the power through a robust legislative process to prevent human suffering. Good palliative care and assisted dying are not at odds. They are not in conflict. They both aim for the same thing, a good death, surrounded by people you love, with minimal pain and without fear. Today we can vote for that in the sure knowledge that if it passes second reading, this bill will undergo intense further scrutiny to ensure it is a good law that works in the way that it is intended to do. This is the start of a legislative process, not the end. Colleagues across the House, I urge you today, vote yes.
Henrik?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I want to talk about 2 aspects of the bill. What the bill could have done in terms of safeguards but doesn't, and what the bill doesn't do but could never resolve. On the first point, I want to talk about the safeguards, and in particular the legal and judicial ones, which I think are grossly inadequate. Bad law on trivial things is bad enough, and I've seen a lot of that in my time in this House. Bad law on matters of life and death is unforgivable. We've spoken about the role of doctors. Let's think about the role of judges. The test which is to be applied is a low one. It is the civil law threshold. This is a balance of probabilities. This means that a judge could see real risk of coercion and still sign off this individual for assisted death. If the threshold was not reached of 50% or more, the judge would sign off the individual. Next of kin is not informed. There's no right of appeal, which is extremely unusual in English law. And the process is conducted in secrecy. It could be done on papers alone. Transparency is absolutely critical to the law. It's one of the oldest principles in our English legal system. I think of people like Jeremy Bentham, who spoke hundreds of years ago, and they said that evil can arise in secrecy. It is publicity that is at the heart of justice. This is not a transparent process, and that leaves it woefully open to abuse. The second point I would make is this. We all want to believe in this House that the laws we pass are final, full stop, the end. It's not the case. And I worry, in fact, I am certain that as night follows day, this law, if passed, will change. Not as a result of the individuals in this chamber or in the other place, but as a result of judges in other places. We've seen that time and again. It may be on either side of the debate, but it will happen. This act, if passed, will be subject to activist judges in Strasbourg. They will change it fundamentally, and we have to be prepared for that. I don't want to see that happen. The last point I would make is this, and it doesn't relate to what we might be able to do to improve the bill. It's something that we can never resolve as a House. It's that I don't think it's as much as a slippery slope. I think it is like a cliff edge. When we walk out of this chamber or out of the gates of this building tonight, we'll walk into, in a way, a different country if this bill passes. There'll be different conversations around kitchen tables. There'll be different conversations had by couples lying in bed at night, on quiet country walks when people talk about difficult things. And they won't be conversations that I think make our country a better place. And more important than that, there will be people who don't speak about these things at all. There will be imperceptible changes in behaviours. There'll be the grandmother who worries about her grandchildren's inheritance if she doesn't end her life. There'll be the widow who relies on the kindness of strangers, who worries, who it preys on her conscience. There will be people who are, and we all know them in our lives, shy, who have low self-esteem, who have demons within them. I know those people. I can see them in my mind's eye. They are often poor. They are vulnerable. They are the weakest in our society. And they look to us. They look to Parliament to represent them, to support them, to protect them. In their interests, I'm going to be voting against the bill today. Sometimes we have to fetter our freedoms. We, the competent, the capable, the informed, sometimes have to put the most vulnerable in society first.
Florence Shalami.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I wanted to start by commending the comments from the Honourable Member for Runnymede and Weybridge, because I think he outlined some of the complications with this legislation as it stands. I also wanted to put on record my admiration for the Right Honourable Member for Birmingham Labourwood, who in my opinion has been disgracefully singled out for her support of this bill in comparison to others. The bill before us today is potentially the most consequential piece of legislation that's been considered during my time in this House. And it's at the heart of the matter of why I came into politics. A lot of us have spoken about coercion, and it's about providing a voice for the people who don't often have one of their own. It is this principle that has guided my decision to oppose this bill today. I know that there are sincerely held beliefs on both sides of this debate, and they can seem completely at odds with each other. But it is my firm view that everyone speaking today shares the same goal, a more compassionate society in which everyone can live and die with dignity. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, true compassion should have equality at its heart. It is for this reason I cannot support the proposals as it stands. We must recognise the hard truth that health inequalities are wide and persistent. We know that black and minority ethnic disabled people have far worse health outcomes than the national average. I've seen this firsthand, caring for my mother, who suffered with sickle cell anemia. As a teenager, I would be by her side when she was in excruciating pain, explaining to a doctor who would not believe her when she told them she needed life-saving medication. And sadly, this is still the reality today.
Yes.
I'm reminded of the death of Evan Smith on the 25th of April at North Middlesex Hospital. Evan suffered from sickle cell too. He was in so much pain that he had to ring 999 from his hospital bed because he was denied oxygen and basic care by the doctors.
Yeah.
Put simply, Madam Deputy Speaker, we should be helping people to live comfortable, pain-free lives on their own terms before we think about making it easier for them to die. Colleagues will be aware of Section 15 of the proposed bill, which outlines the provision for sign-in by proxy. I'm worried that this could create an issue for vulnerable groups who are more prone to coercion by family members. And as many members have already said, assessing beyond doubt if someone has been put under pressure or coerced will be difficult if this legislation is passed. Even the legal experts seem to have a disagreement on this. So I do not believe there has been enough scrutiny on this.
True.
And the risk of coercion will be for the highest of some of the most disadvantaged people in our communities. As a society, we risk pushing people to seek an early death. I cannot in good conscience support this. My late mother lived with chronic illness all her life. And I knew that one day her pain would be too unbearable for her. But she did not let that limit her. She wanted to live. And I believe this bill would protect the wishes. This bill would not protect the wishes of people in her situation today. Because freedom in death is only possible if you have had freedom in life. And I will close by asking this, Madam Deputy Speaker. How can we be possibly satisfied that this bill would deliver equality and freedom in death when we do not yet have this in life?
Colleagues, continue to work with me. I'll try and get as many people in. Liz Saville-Roberts.
And I think the starting point for many of us today is how to resolve that dilemma of what I want for myself with the fear of enabling potentially terrible consequences for others. There's a rational fear of the reality of coercion and what drives decisions within families, what individuals feel is best for their family. There's a rational fear of how institutional pressures, lack of resources and, appallingly, culture within the NHS might ramp up the convenience of death as an affordable option. This isn't a new fear, and the Honourable Member for York Central mentioned this. Baroness Neuberger's review into the Liverpool care pathway said that in order that everyone dying in the acute sector can do so with dignity, the present situation has to change. That was in 2013. We know in the aftermath of COVID how little has changed. Death as an institutional convenience has never been and never will be right. It is our duty to demand good palliative care, to address the institutional barriers, the resource barriers to good palliative care. But this is not a licence to sidestep today's moral question. The people of England and Wales now expect us as legislators to provide an answer in principle. It's our duty to provide that answer not only in principle, but also in process. With this in mind, I will support this bill at second reading if there is a guarantee of sufficient scrutiny to stitch together a complete garment out of what is presently threads and patches that could indeed, as we heard, be rent asunder in court. If Bill Committee scrutiny cannot make this bill robust, I will reconsider my support at future votes. And surely this House can ensure that there is both cross-party and small party representation on the Bill Committee rather than conventional party proportionality, which of course we are today on a free vote. The implications for Wales, where health is of course devolved, cry out for proper consideration, and I support the Honourable Member for Gowers in her concerns about the Sewell Convention and the need for a legislative consent motion in the Senedd. It's equally true, of course, not just in Wales, but for remote and deprived communities where ill and dying people already suffer disproportionately inadequate health services. And to close, I want to pay credit to Iola Dorkin of Morfanevin, who I have known for over 30 years, who is presently dying of motor neurone disease. She wears a brace that her husband has adapted to make more comfortable. Today, she is on respite in a hospice in Holyhead. That is 50 miles away from her home. That is the reality of people's lives as these things stand. We need a change in the law.
Dr. Simon Offer.
Thank you, Madam Deputy. I am one of those medical practitioners, sometimes known as a doctor, and I've been a GP for 30 years, and about every year I have 4 or 5 cases of palliative and terminal care that I look after. So I have got quite a lot of experience in this, and I'd just like to make some very quick observations of what I've noticed. First thing is, a lot of patients who are dying of cancer ask you whether you can curtail their life and finish their life a little bit early. That's a very common thing they ask. I've had 2 patients go to Dignitas on their own without family members because the family members were fearful that they would be arrested on their return. And we've been discussing this giving a double dose of morphine, and I think a lot of doctors, almost all doctors in terminal care, have probably done this, double the dose of morphine, knowing it might, curtail the patient's life. That's a big fudge. That puts me in a very vulnerable position, particularly since we need to resolve that. Can I also say in this debate, I think we're getting a little bit confused between palliative care and assisted dying. Now, a lot of people who receive excellent palliative care still request assisted dying. They're not mutually exclusive. And I totally support what everyone's saying about really developing palliative care. It's really important. But that does not go instead of assisted dying. The things go together. Assisted dying is one of our tools in palliative care, as I see it, as we go into the future. A couple of things about coercion. So coercion is this sort of thing I will need to, or people like me will need to assess. Now, if someone says they feel a burden, that immediately is not a good reason to me to approve an assisted dying. And doctors are trained in this. They're trained in assessing capacity, as the Right Honourable Gentleman said, but we're also trained in trying to find out the reasons why someone wants to end their life. And so I think it's judging doctors harshly to say that they will not spot coercion. I think the slippery slope, actually, interestingly, the only change in Australia was that they found the judiciary review actually didn't add much to the process. But otherwise, doesn't seem to be a slippery slope as long as the legislation is carefully done. There was yes, certainly.
I thank the honourable member for giving way, and he opened by referring to himself as a doctor and medical practitioner. Perhaps he could help with the difficulty I have with a bill I would dearly like to support, and that is the provisions in it that allow the Secretary of State to bring forward regulations so that the independent doctor can be an alternative medical practitioner according to those regulations. And there's also a section in it which makes the court look an optional process. So I do worry that there aren't the protections in here for 2 doctors. Perhaps he could help with that.
I do think it's the right thing for this bill to have 2 doctors and a judiciary review, because this is new legislation, and we must be sure it's safe. It's incredibly important, these safeguards, certainly. So I'll finish simply by saying that as a doctor all my life, I've been trying to empower patients to make their own decisions over their health care. And this is a great opportunity to do that. I had one patient who had a terminal diagnosis that hung himself. The family were devastated. It was a horrible way to die. And I felt we had failed as a medical profession. Let's not fail as a government and a judiciary and Houses of Parliament. So please support this bill.
Dr. Luke Evans.
Madam Deputy Speaker, members, how do you want to die? How do you picture your own death? It's a question we rarely ask ourselves, but one that every one of us will face. And for me, I hope it's with peace, surrounded by loved ones, free from pain, content with a life well lived. That's the gold standard. And good palliative care strives to make that ideal a reality. And let me state unequivocally, we need to support palliative care. But today's debate is not about whether or not we support palliative care. It's about what happens when we can't provide a solution. What happens when palliative care doesn't work or can't work? The truth is, members, palliative care has limits, and there are limits to palliative care. Consider the cases that keep doctors and surgeons awake at night. The likes of the inoperable neck cancer eroding away into the carotid artery, a literal bloody time bomb that no one knows when it will go off. And do you know what modern medicine's answer to that is? Keep dark towels nearby for the blood. Counsel a partner or family on what it's like to find someone bleeding out. There is no cure. There's no respite. What would you do? Currently, for these patients, we can offer no agency over their end, no alternative to this terrifying death. Can we truly say that's compassionate? So I ask you, should we not even offer those suffering at least the chance of dignity in their death? And this is what the bill stands for. To reject it at second reading is not just to vote against assisted dying, it's to silence the debate for another decade, to say that the status quo is acceptable, to say it's fine for those who can afford it to fly to another country, while others are left here without recourse. I can't accept that. For what is this house for if not to empower people, to give them the tools to shape their lives and, yes, their deaths? Today we have the chance to put compassion into action, to offer choice who are facing the ultimate sacrifice. And I hugely respect those members who take a different view. And I simply and gently say to them, there are consequences too. Those intractable cases will still be there, with no solution, no choice in this country, and no resolution to their suffering. And those who are understandably a little unsure, well, if you do have doubts about the safeguards, about the implementations, and I agree some are valid, then let the debate continue. For some of you, it will be at a bridge too far, but if necessary, reject it at third reading. But to stop it now is to stop the conversation entirely, to take the choice off the table, to remove a dying person's agency. So when all is considered, I ask again, how do you want to die?
James Frith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This bill asks us to make a profound and irreversible decision to the principles of our health service and end-of-life care. With end-of-life care funded too often on a shoestring for many, this bill takes our focus to ending life, not improving living, as life draws to a close with terminal illness. I believe it poses significant risks. Our wider societal, cultural norms will be changed forever. Those that refuse to acknowledge this prospect now do so with the benefit of things as they are now. And my point is that this context, this concept, changes immediately today if the bill is passed. The safeguards may sound rigorous on paper, but the strained state of our NHS means many patients do not have a consistent relationship with a named doctor. We are attributed to health centres nowadays, not named doctors. Someone's consideration of this decision could depend on which doctor they see. One who raises assisted dying as an option versus one who refuses. A deeply troubling prospect with this bill. The ideation of assisted dying will become a ballot. We know now that there is a range of assisted dying views across our GPs, and so we cannot deny that who you end up seeing with your terminal illness might be how you end up. At the doctors,
possibly in the presence of a loved one, under strain and also in need of respite themselves. And this first suggestion is the beginning of a journey towards, yes, assisted dying. This is before you consider the forces of marketing, of commercialisation and the industry that will spring up if this bill passes and is sewn into our NHS. It is possible we cannot imagine being the victim of coercion, or that as MPs, our agency is so baked into our experiences of living, we cannot envisage a scenario where those who already claim to feel unseen and directed towards meeting their end sooner than otherwise might have been. Our casework from constituents is already full of cases of people struggling to access the rights we've enshrined in law, access to justice, health, education support, the disaster in our SEN system, as victims often of state neglect, often of state coercion, and the failure of safeguards once supported on paper passed into law. Disability rights groups and advocates have raised their voices, wanting us to talk about the dangers of normalising assisted dying. For many, this bill represents not a choice but a principle shift that undermines the value we place on protecting the vulnerable. And so it falls to us as the strongest to stand up and vote against this bill. Passing this bill today will not improve palliative and hospice care. For me, my belief is it will forfeit it. End of life is complicated. End of life care often isn't complicated enough. On reflection, my mother-in-law deserved a frank, trusted conversation on the risk of secondary illnesses and amputation that would follow with the automatic cancer treatment she was given in her final months of life. We should expect more agility from our NHS. And whilst dying is the ultimate binary experience, end-of-life care should be more sophisticated, more personalised. Shortening these expectations with a system that endorses assisted dying will forfeit this too. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, as legislators, our responsibility is to protect the most vulnerable and consider all eventualities. We disagree on slippery slope arguments, but if this bill passes, it will be a moment of no return, and why I am not prepared to support this bill.
Neil Shastrihurst.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And it is a privilege to speak in this debate today. And I think the way in which the House has conducted itself on both sides of the argument is a credit to this place. I stand here as not only a medical practitioner, having worked as a surgeon for about a decade, but also as a healthcare barrister. So I've looked at this debate from both sides of the argument. And I have been deeply moved by some of the stories I have heard by patients who are facing a terminal illness. I'm also instructed by my own experiences, my personal experiences of my relatives, but also those patients who I failed. I failed because I did not give them the good death that they deserve, despite the very best efforts of palliative care. And it's true that we can improve the palliative care offering in this country, but it is not a binary choice. It is not a choice of palliative care or assisted dying. It is a choice of having the option of how you want to have autonomy over your body at the end of your life. I understand the concerns in this House. I do, I genuinely do. But this is not the point to cancel the debate. This is the point to engage in the debate. This is the point that we move it forwards, that people could contribute to that in the committee stage and say how this can be improved, and we can work together to make a societal change, to improve our society and to support those that want that ultimate choice in those last days. Thank you very much, Madam Deputy.
Paula Barker.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I am honoured to rise in my support to this bill. I am proud to support my honourable friend, the member for Spen Valley, as one of the co-sponsors of this bill. In my city of Liverpool, data shows that 74% of people are in favour of assisted dying. I have been privileged to correspond and meet so many of my constituents who have shared their views and personal stories with me, spanning both sides of this important debate, and I thank them all. As we've heard today, there are strongly held beliefs on both sides of this House, and I absolutely respect those with differing views to myself, and I hope that they respect my own views, even if we disagree. Long before I entered this place, I have been an advocate of assisted dying, with the appropriate safeguards to alleviate unnecessary suffering. My own mum cared for my dad during his cruel battle with cancer. Sadly, not even the best palliative care could provide him with a good death. And I do believe, Madam Deputy Speaker, that there is such a thing as a good death. At its core, this bill is sensible, safe and compassionate. But above all else, it places human dignity at its heart. In respect of palliative care, this bill isn't an either-or. I, along with many other campaigners for assisted dying, fully support improving palliative care, and it has been proven that end-of-life care has improved in several countries because of assisted dying reform. And I hope if the bill passes that the UK will also belong to that list. Palliative experts, including those opposed to law change, admit that some people's suffering is beyond the reach of even the best palliative care. I also don't believe if this bill finally becomes law, it will create a slippery slope. As the Right Honourable Member for Sutton Coldfield eloquently said, in Oregon, terminally ill adults have had a legal option for assisted dying for more than 25 years, and not once has it been expanded to include other groups. No, I'm sorry, I won't. Every year, around 650 terminally ill people take their own lives. Countless others who are more affluent make the choice of the long, arduous journey to Switzerland, all without any protections in place. I don't want choice to only be available to those who can afford to pay. That is not just or equitable. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, just like many other private members' bills that have gone before, that have looked to bring about social reform, such as abortion, divorce, and the decriminalisation of homosexuality, this is an historic moment and an opportunity, if taken, to give real dignity to those who have reached the end of life and want a choice, while also respecting the views who don't want to take that choice.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This is a really humbling subject to speak in. I'd like to put on record my thanks for the member from Spen Valley for bringing this important issue before the House today. I've witnessed firsthand the cruelty that a terminal diagnosis brings. The son of a single mother, my grandparents were like second parents to me. Each struggled with their own incurable cancer diagnosis. At Christmas dinner in 2019, my nan, who could no longer eat and was clearly in a great deal of pain, turned to me and said, "She's ready to go." "It's time now," she added. It was that night that I reflected on how, as a society, we shy away from discussing death. We park it away, prioritise more immediate, palatable subjects. But it is impacting members of our communities day in, day out, from terminal diagnoses, medical treatment, and ultimately their final days. This really matters to me. In my maiden speech, I pledged to campaign for greater control in those final days and to afford those with terminal diagnoses the right to end their lives in dignity. This is not an argument against palliative care. Some wonderful Macmillan nurses made my nan's final months as comfortable as possible. And I agree absolutely with many members that have raised the issue today, that we need to be doing more to support our palliative care sector. But good palliative care and a dignified end of life are not mutually exclusive. Nor do I seek to control those who have strong religious beliefs. Those who believe that only God can take life have the complete freedom to wait for that moment, but that is their choice. Many have legitimate... I'm not taking any interventions. Many have legitimate concerns about safeguarding.
Of course, the most vulnerable should not be coerced into making a decision, but this bill introduces specific offences for this. Indeed, this combined with sign-off by 2 independent doctors, judicial oversight and a period of reflection means that there are robust mechanisms in place to protect the most vulnerable. I'm not giving way. These details are vital, but so is our humanity. Being with my nan in the warmth of her own home, surrounded by a loving family, after months of excruciating pain and no hope, I knew there and then that she should be able to choose her time to say goodbye to her family. She, like so many others, had had enough. An understanding and compassionate society should not stand in the way of her right to choose. You can see the profound impact this has had on me and my belief in the importance of end-of-life care and choice, and it's enabled me to understand a crucial distinction that is at the heart of this emotive debate. This isn't about shortening life. This is about shortening death. For those members who support the principle of this bill, but who are concerned about the specifics of the safeguards, I would urge you to support it today at second reading. Further debate can be had during committee stage if honourable members feel that changes are required. This bill provides the choice to shorten death, a right that an empathetic and considerate society should afford its citizens.
Dawn Butler. Deputy Speaker, and I thank the member for Spen Valley and the way this debate's been conducted. Yesterday we buried Tony Waugh, GMB officer, a really good friend. He was diagnosed with prostate cancer. He beat it once, but it took him in the end. Early this week, the cancer community lost Nina Lopez. Nina Lopez had stage 4 triple-negative breast cancer. She was given 6 months to live in 2018. 6 months to 6 years, and she taught us how to dance through her fro days. As we've heard, it's not an exact science when somebody's given a 6 month to live diagnosis. As a patron of Black Women Rising, a cancer charity that deals with black women and minoritised women through their cancer journey, recently somebody said to me, they was given 6 months to live, and they said to me, I'm ready to go. They said, I've had a good life and I'm ready to go. 6 weeks later, they're now fighting to live. Now, the thing is, if we'd focused on just the fact that she was ready to go and wanted to die, it would have all been very different. So there are parts of the law, and we've heard in the debate today, that needs changing around coercion, around doctors being able to help people with their end-of-life treatment. But I think those safeguards and those discussions can be separated from assisted dying and assisted suicide. I don't see why we have to have that as a combined discussion. Everybody has the right to die with dignity and compassion. Whether this bill passes or not today, I hope that those conversations will continue. After all, we are legislators. We have the ability to do that. 80% of my constituents are against this legislation, and I'll be voting against, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Jardine.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's an honour to follow the Honourable Member, and I'd like to pay tribute to the Honourable Member for Spen Valley. I think the way in which this debate has been conducted today, the spirit is a tribute to her leadership in this issue. It's been harrowing for all of us, I believe, but to us falls the responsibility and the privilege of making the decision on behalf of those people who go through experiences so harrowing that I don't think any of us, even though we have heard their tales, can imagine. I know that I can't. But until recently, I put to the back of my mind that I have actually been in the situation where I have waited to find out whether I would have a terminal diagnosis. And I was lucky, I went the other way, and I don't know what I would have wanted, but I do know that as I waited, I thought about all the things that I wanted to do and might be denied, that people with a terminal diagnosis do. The things they planned with their lives, the opportunity of seeing their children grow, be married, or perhaps their grandchildren. And I know that when we came here today, we were all aware of that, and we came and we thought seriously about it, about the implications and about the need for palliative care. But I would say to the House, it is not our job to say that palliative care needs to be improved and the NHS cannot cope, therefore we shouldn't do this. Our job is to say we need to improve palliative care so that the NHS can cope, so that we can do this. And on the safeguards that are needed and included in this bill, I believe that they're there. For those with religious beliefs, which mean they cannot countenance bill, I understand their concerns and I respect them. But I would not be standing here if I were not convinced that in this bill we have the best opportunity to provide a choice safeguarded by medical and legal professionals and protected from that slippery slope. Because it happened in Canada because they did not have terminal diagnosis in the definition of the bill from the beginning, and we do. And that we should go on from today, if we vote this through, to perhaps further scrutiny, tougher levels, that every piece of legislation in this place and the other must go through. I respect everyone's concerns and belief in this today, but I would also ask them to respect, and ask all of you to respect, those who have already been denied so much in their lives, those things that I said that they might want, that they might be denied. Because we have a choice today. We can lead a national conversation which examines the issue before all of us, dissect this bill line by line and check its effectiveness. Or we can vote to close it down today. And then the country, the families who are suffering, they will be denied the light that they want to see thrown on this issue, the voice that they want their loved ones or perhaps themselves to have. Madam Deputy Speaker, we have, many of us, watched loved ones die difficult deaths. And we have, over the past few weeks, months and years in politics, heard harrowing tales and spoken to families who've had no choice but to watch their loved ones pass in the most harrowing of circumstances, or make an expensive, for many, a prohibitively expensive trip to Dignitas alone. I can't help about those things that they have been denied by the cruelest of fates. And I would say, surely, we cannot deny them choice at the end of life.
Fuchs. Deputy Speaker, I want to start by thanking my honourable friend for Spen Valley for the incredibly sensitive and thoughtful way she's conducting the passage of this bill, consulting widely with terminally ill people and their families, medical staff, lawyers and faith leaders, and those on both sides of the debate. For me, I have two very personal stories about why I support a change in the law. Last year, my dad's health took a turn very much for the worse. He had sepsis, kidney failure and heart disease, and he'd lived with Addison's disease for almost 50 years. He was given the dreaded news that he only had a few months left to live. His last few weeks I would not have wished upon anyone. He was in agony and suffering, his breathing was difficult, and he was in such pain. I struggled to see him suffer so much. But the nurses, doctors, carers, and my incredible stepmum were all without fault, and his palliative care was excellent, thankfully. He was able to die at home with me, my sister, and my stepmum by his side. But seeing him suffer so terribly convinced me we had to have a change in the law so that people who are terminally ill have a choice. My second story is from Australia, where my brother lives. My wonderful sister-in-law, Kelly, sadly died of liver cancer that developed into bone cancer. She had a fractured left arm, fractured pelvis, fractured sacrum, cancer in her spine. At 54, Kelly was far too young to die. Her cancer was particularly painful and unforgiving. As she lived in Victoria, she was able to register for assisted dying. For her, that was incredibly comforting. To know that if she needed to, and only if, she could stop the suffering. She didn't need it in the end, but she did have the option. And in her darkest days and her fearful days, that brought her and my brother incredible peace of mind. I've heard similar stories of suffering in the hundreds of emails sent to me by constituents over the course of the last few months. People want and deserve access to both the best palliative care as well as a choice if they are terminally ill. The protections in the bill are strong. The evidence underpinning the bill is strong. I was there for my dad's final week when he was in so much pain, and I was there right at the end holding his hand. What a privilege to be with him at the end and see him through. So in memory of my dad and of Kelly, I support this bill, and I urge all those across the House to support it too.
Jim Allister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This is not an easy subject, nor should it be, because this is a matter of the taking of human life. The taking of human life sanctioned by the state. Our nation, through many wonderful charities, through government itself, reaches out compassionately to those who are threatening suicide. They are urged to use the services of the Samaritans and to get all the help they can. Mr. Speaker, I cannot square the circle where the state would then move to itself sanction suicide, indeed to facilitate suicide, in fact to promote suicide, and to do it in respect of those who are intrinsically the most vulnerable in our society. Anyone who gets a diagnosis of terminal illness by reason of that is obviously vulnerable, and many in consequence suffer depression and other difficulties. So they are amongst the most vulnerable in our society. And being vulnerable, they are amongst those most liable to fall under the foul influence of coercion. Now, coercion comes in many forms, and anyone who's listened to domestic abuse cases will know that it can be very insidious, it can be very invasive, it can be very persuasive, because the coercer has the constant ear of those they wish to coerce. Add into that mix the fact that that person might feel a burden. We've all heard old people say, I'm a burden on society, I'm a burden on my family. And even when they're told, no, caring for you is not a chore, it's a privilege, they still think they're a burden. And if in that background, if in that matrix, there still is the pernicious influence of coercion, then I think the thought that people reach a reasoned, considered, independent opinion is a fallacy. And it is those people that this House should be protecting above all. And this bill does not protect people in that situation. Oh, we're told 2 doctors, a judge. Well, a judge, he doesn't have to, but he might decide to hold a Zoom call with the applicant. He's not to know if sitting in the corner of the room, out of camera, is the coercer. So where is the protection in that? So I do say to this House, this is an issue that cuts to the very quick of our fundamental duty to be the protectors of the most vulnerable. And it is no part of the state's function to be promoting, assisting the end of life for people who could be in that condition, and you'll never know how many are in that condition. So, for me, Mr. Speaker, I can't, I won't vote for this bill.
Ruth Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it is an honour and a privilege to speak in this debate and to follow so many honourable colleagues who've made such powerful contributions. And I especially want to thank the Honourable Member for Spen Valley, who's no longer in her place, for all the work that she's done on this bill. All the colleagues across the House who've been working together so collegiately, and all my constituents from Newport West and Eastline who have written to me in their hundreds, and the experts as well who've shared their views with us. Everybody here in this room, in this chamber, wants a good death. But we do know at the moment palliative care across the UK is chronically underfunded, mostly charity raised, and certainly it's very much a postcode lottery. I want to pay tribute to all the hospices that are working around the clock. They do an amazing job on very, very stringent budgets, and especially mine, St David's Hospice and the Hospice of the Valleys, who do amazing work there. But we have to remember that although we're talking about people here who have very, very powerful stories who are in the chamber today, we legislate for all, and that means making sure our legislation is safe and proof for the future, future-proofed. So things like presuming consent. I do have some concerns with the bill. When the door is opened in this bill, my worry is it will be widened, as it has been in other places like the Netherlands, like Belgium, like Canada. These things will happen. Over 65 private members' bills were passed in the last Parliament. No bill had more than one session in committee. The average length of debate in the committee was 35 minutes. Just over a quarter had any amendments made in it at all. And I know the Honourable Member for Spen Valley has said she's willing to extend it, and I welcome that, and I will be pressing her for that to make sure it is safe. Because if we are going to vote, and I'm going to personally vote against, if the vote is going to be to carry it forward, scrutiny is crucial at all points of the bill coming forward. I know that we've talked about terminal illness today, but intractable pain is something that people live with every day, and that's an issue. And certainly in my 30 years as a physiotherapist, I've seen good deaths and I've seen bad deaths, and we all want to make sure we get the best for our constituents. We need to make sure end-of-life care is sorted, and this debate has been good in that we have talked. I've certainly talked to my family, and I know my lovely mum of 89, who's disabled, housebound, widowed, has said, yes, it's all very well talking about assisted dying. We need to talk about assisted living as well, because that's most important. Quality of life is crucial here. We need to make sure that we are here to legislate for all. That's why I'm voting against the bill today, but I thank you for the opportunity to explain.
Thank you, Mr.
Speaker. I just want to start by first of all acknowledging not just the importance of the debate, but thank the member for Spen Valley for bringing this debate forward, because I think it is an important debate. I'm going to be voting against the bill today, but I still think it's an important discussion to be having, not least because there are many, many of my constituents who believe that this is the right thing to do, and there are of course many who feel that this is not the right thing to do, and I think that's why we've shown the very best of what Parliament can do here today. But for me, when I came to my conclusion, it wasn't because of some sort of zealotry or evangelism. I completely acknowledge there are those people who go through some very difficult situations where they lose the normal faculties that they have, and or they can be in immense pain. But I also think we need to be clear about what we're talking about here today. We are talking about the wholesale change of how the state deals with death, and that is really, really important, because of course that places a number of scenarios upon people, upon society, upon the medical profession, and for me, I think it puts at great risk actually some of our most vulnerable people. And part of the reasons I'm going to be voting against this today, because I think the slippery slope arguments are very, very valid in terms of what risks they produce, because we are talking about medicalising death and placing an undue burden on our health professionals and legitimising a role for the state in the death process. I'm not going to give way at this debate. And I've yet to be convinced there are sufficient safeguards in place in this. And I think if we talk about slippery slopes, if you look at Canada, for example, you don't now even have to have a terminal fatal illness. And mental illness will be an acceptable reason for assisted suicide in 2027. So for me, even though it didn't start like this, clearly in Canada that Pandora's box has been opened, and clearly that route is what we have the risk of embarking on today. And I know the Honourable Member for Spen Valley said that there is almost a guarantee that this won't change, but she can't guarantee that parliamentary sovereignty, or she can't guarantee that future parliaments won't change the goalposts on this, and she can't guarantee that. And the very fact that the argument for a slippery slope is exactly that when you embark on this journey, that is exactly where we may end up as the goalposts start to move. I also think that there's been lots of conversation around the PMB process, and I'm conscious of time, so I'm going to end my comments very shortly. But lots of comments about the PMB process. The honourable member cannot guarantee that there will be sufficient scrutiny and those safeguards work. There's not been enough impact assessment, not been enough public consultation. There's been very limited time to look at this piece of legislation, and we are at serious risk of presenting something or passing something that will do immense harm. And I worry that in the future we will look back at this where there has been abuse or there's been coercion, and some of our most vulnerable people will be coming back to this House to discuss the damage that we've caused today.
Point of order, Kimler. Peter, please.
Mr. Speaker, on a point of order, I seek your guidance on correcting the record. I said in my speech I have consulted with the highest levels of judiciary and medical profession. I have received correspondence from the Judicial Office, and I would like to clarify my earlier comments. Whilst I have spoken to lawyers and judges, I should not have implied that the serving judiciary has in some way indicated their agreement to the bill, which they have not. The serving judiciary have been very clear to ensure that they have made no public comments about the bill one way or the other. So, Mr. Speaker, I apologise if I applied anything to the contrary, and I seek your guidance on correcting the record.
Well, thank you for correcting the record. Rosie Writing.
Speaker, I rise today in support of this incredibly important bill. Like many colleagues here, I have been contacted by hundreds of my constituents on both sides of this debate. I have been moved by their personal stories that bring home the impact of this legislation could have on them and their families, and I want to put on record thanks to everyone who's contacted me. I fundamentally believe in the right to choose at end of life, and that's what this bill is about, giving dying people a choice on how they die. Anyone who doesn't want an assisted death can choose not to have one, and anyone who wants the reassurance of an option has it. Mr. Speaker, my constituents' stories and stories shared today by colleagues across the House have shown me that it is truly unacceptable to maintain the status quo. Without a change in the law, terminally ill people will continue to face the end of their life with a very limited range of options. Some travel abroad to help to die, but it is only an option with those with the financial means to do so. Choice at end of life shouldn't only be an option for those who are financially stable or the desperate. Death should be peaceful and pain-free, and this bill gives the opportunity to make that a reality. There is no doubt in my mind that this bill, so carefully considered by my honourable friend for Spen Valley, would be an improvement to the lives and liberties of my constituents and those across the UK who are terminally ill, and I urge members across this House to vote for it at a second reading. Mr. Speaker, I want to end with the words of one of my constituents who said, "We have some of the most amazing caregivers in this country who provide compassionate care in the most difficult of circumstances, and that gives comfort. But I feel no one should be forced to know how the book ends when they were only part way through it, without having the choice to put the book down and choose one with a better ending."
Final speech, Vicky Slade.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We do not need to choose between palliative care and supporting those who want to make their deaths better. It is so fantastic to hear everyone from across every part of the chamber have a shared commitment to funding more palliative care. And I hope that the Secretary of State and his team will hear that and go further in knowing that you have our support in investing more. But until they do, we cannot condemn those who are at their end of life to terror, to loneliness, to being forced into horrible circumstances. Whilst listening to this debate, I've been concerned by some of the comments, and so I've reread the bill as I've sat here, and I'm concerned that there has been a suggestion that mental health conditions would be allowed. It is not clause 2.3, and that people might not be offered surgery or other treatment. They must, clause 4.4. It is also worth noting that the suggestion of a person being coerced could be protected by forcing someone to disclose to the very family who may be coercing them. The witness in clause 5.2.2 and the periods of reflection allow that independent person to be present at those appropriate times. I have already shared publicly my own family death journeys, and I wear them here on my jacket. But today is not about them. Today is about all of those people who need this. Last night I read the book Die Smiling about Nigel's journey to Dignitas, and it ends with his final journey and a Facebook post prepared before he made that agonising journey, a 20-hour journey with his wife and children to Switzerland, and it moved me to tears. But most people cannot afford that option. Most do not want to put their families at risk of prosecution. They want death on their own terms. Gary lives in my constituency of Mid Dorset and North Poole, and he asked me to tell you his story of dying with liver cancer. He knows the end stages will be brutal, and he wants to decide when enough is enough. Gary told me, "Death does not worry me at all. Dying a slow death with my dignity stripped away terrifies me. So when my time is right, I will kill myself, alone and afraid. My sick dog will not have to die alone and afraid, but I am forced to do so. I want to die on my terms. How can this be right?" Tracy, who was a palliative care nurse, told me, "I've witnessed many end-of-life patients, and I cannot say, hand on my heart, that many of those patients had a peaceful death. I left palliative nursing as the emotional trauma became too much. There are neither the range of medications or symptom relief treatments available for many of the harrowing things people are forced to go through in their last days and weeks of life. This bill is about compassion and humanity, and we must listen to the voices of dying people."
Come to Shadow Minister, Dr. Kieran Mullen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And today the focus is rightly on backbenchers, so I'll limit my remarks and I won't be taking any interventions, mindful of your advice on time. It's not for me to make the case for His Majesty's opposition, as we've not taken a collective view. And like many members, I've struggled greatly with this decision. I don't believe there is a perfect choice to be made today, just different versions of imperfection. And my time working as a doctor in A&E has made me sympathetic to both sides of the argument. I've seen the pain in the eyes of relatives who want to ease the suffering of their dying loved ones. But I've also held the hand of frail elderly people forgotten by their families, feeling themselves to be nothing but a burden. Reduced to its core, we're facing a difficult dilemma, Mr. Speaker. Access to assisted dying could reduce suffering for the terminally ill, and that is a choice some people would like to have, and some people would make that choice without any undue pressure. If we vote against this bill today, they won't have that choice. I caution against avoiding facing up to that hard moral reality by arguing that whatever people may fear about dying can always be managed by modern medicine. For all it can achieve, modern medicine cannot achieve everything. We've heard examples today of the worst illnesses that do more than cause pain. The member for Bury St Edmunds and the member for Hinckley and Bosworth described dying from a catastrophic bleed that takes your life in a panicked final moment. And of course, the treatments we may use to help people with pain often rob them of what they may sincerely feel to be their own independence and dignity. Some people may not want to spend their final days in a drug-induced state of semi-consciousness to manage their pain. Those minded to vote against this bill should give this the greatest possible consideration. And I don't think opponents of this bill can deny this, any more than proponents of the bill can deny that if this law is passed, it would represent the crossing of a significant legal, societal and moral Rubicon. Every other expectation we have of the state is for it to help extend and protect life. We would instead be asking the state to procure the medicines, provide the staff and sign off through the courts, a process that is designed to and will lead to someone's death. And a deep respect for the sanctity of life is not the preserve only of religious thinkers. Opponents of this bill place great weight on that consideration. They argue that once you accept that the state and its citizens can play a proactive role in causing death, the debate will shift from whether it should do that at all to how and when it should. It may be that we pass this legislation and no other in future, but those who have the utmost concern about even the possibility of an expanded bill may vote against this one as the surest way for them personally to stop that happening. And the mother of the House argued that coercion is not limited to the selfishly motivated relative directly pressuring a vulnerable person. It can be as simple as knowing people in the same position as you could and did choose to die. Some members worry that people will then ask themselves not just, do I want to die, but should I want to die? So where does this leave us? All of us can make a sensible and reasonable case for our positions and even point to care and compassion as we see it in support of our view. Taken all together, I think that means one thing more than anything else should be our guiding principle today. We should, above all else, vote with great humility and with respect for each and every vote cast in whichever direction. And I want to direct that sentiment to the country at large. There are passionate campaigners on either side of the debate with their own perspectives who fear greatly the outcome today if it isn't the one that they want. I say to them that as well as being MPs, those voting today are also sons and daughters, brothers and sisters, parents and grandparents. I know each member will have in mind what they would want for their families and themselves. And I know our final decisions will come at the end of a great deal of thought and careful consideration. And as the member for Vauxhall has said, I think if you listened closely enough today, you would have actually heard us speaking all with one voice. The voice of passion for those people and causes we're trying to aid with our vote, even if those people and causes are different. That passion represents this House at its best. That should not be forgotten, and I hope that that is something on which we can all agree.
Davis Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This second reading debate on my honourable friend, the member for Spen Valley's bill, provides this House and the country with an opportunity to discuss this complex and sensitive issue. I want to make clear that I stand at the dispatch box today not as the MP for Pontypridd representing the views of my constituents, although I thank each and every one of them for taking the time to contact me with their considered opinions. But I stand here today as the Government Minister responsible for the criminal law in this area contained in the Suicide Act 1961 in England and Wales. As the Government remains neutral on this topic of conscience, and out of respect for my ministerial colleagues who are not able to outline their views in today's debate, I will not be sharing my personal opinions on this matter. I will, however, be taking part in the vote. With all that in mind, Mr. Speaker, I will keep my response brief and I will not be taking any interventions. The Government is of the view that any change to the law in this area is an issue for conscience for individual parliamentarians. It is rightly, in our view, a matter for Parliament to decide rather than one for Government. Accordingly, these benches will have a free vote should the views of the House be tested today. If the will of Parliament is that the law in this area should change, the Government will, of course, respect its duty to the statute book and ensure that any bill is effective and that its provisions can be enforced. I thank my friend, the Honourable Member for Spen Valley, for bringing this important national conversation to the fore and for conducting her campaign with respect and integrity. I pay tribute to the campaigners on all sides of the debate, including Dame Esther Ranson, Liz Carr, Nathaniel Dye and Baroness Gray Thompson. They have all used their voices to advocate for what they believe and have contributed significantly to the important national conversation around death. Regardless of views, the one thing we have in common is that we will all experience death at some point. Death is a topic we do not tend to talk about very much, but these discussions have undoubtedly enabled families up and down the country to talk openly about their wishes and how they feel about their own death. That powerful level of honesty is a tribute to how members of this House and campaigners have conducted themselves throughout, and I thank them for informing today's debate.
Point of order, Kit Moulton.
I beg to move that the question now be put, Mr. Speaker.
The question is that the question now be put. As many other opinions say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Right. The question is the bill now be read a second time. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Division. Clear the lobbies. Order. Sit down. The question is that the bill now be read a second time. As none of the opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. No. Tell us for the aye, Sir Owen and Bambos Chorlombos. For the noes, Dame Harriet Baldwin and Florence Session Lomi. Order! Order.
The ayes to the right, 330. The noes to the left, 275.
The ayes to the right, 330. The noes to the left, 275. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. And look! Right, does the member in charge of the bill wish to move the motion number 2, Kim Levitt?
Mr Speaker, I move that the Public Bill Committee to which the Terminally Ill Adults End of Life Bill stands committed shall have the power to send for persons, papers and records.
Under Standing Order number 63 brackets 2, I must now put the question forthwith. The question is that the Public Bill Committee, to which the Terminally Ill End of Life Bill stands committed, shall have the power to send for persons, papers and records. And many of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Under Standing Order number 632, only one motion relating to the committal of the bill may be moved, and that has been done. Right. Thank you, everybody. We're going to move on to the Ferrets Bill first if people wish to leave.
Mr. Speaker.